Augusto9 Gamer with the 10-month tier 1 sub. 10 months now, let her go.
Hello!
Quote 400. As you can see, I am not wearing panties.
Hello!
I'm not yet done with everything, unfortunately. I should have posted like in the morning.
Calm your
I'm gonna
rice
be
paddy.
streaming in the middle of the day instead of like at the start of the day or the end of the day. I was a fucking idiot. It's been a while since I've seen one of the streams. Hey, Pangoro! Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. Oh my goodness, where is everything? You okay? Yes, I am just really fucking dumb. And I have not posted everywhere that I've wanted to, that I am going to be, you know, starting a stream and all that kind of nonsense, like, right this second. Also, I'm not even wearing the right shirt. Hang on a second. Legend of Zelda. There we go. Now I'm in the attire of the Legend of Zelda game that I'm going to be playing today because, well, you are Himbo. Yes, that is true. I am Himbo. Avalon Haas went and did a... Hang on a sec. Maybe I can get their clip of what I did yesterday when trying to be, you know, thinking I was a god gamer genius in the middle of Legend of Zelda. Let me find the clip. Copy link.
Zeebs is a cutie.
So, this. where I'm making my plane.
I am going to be
and
an
I'm putting
engineering
rockets on it to
genius
help
with this.
launch it upwards for like an easier like ascent and moving forward and such. I think
Watch this nonsense. You ready,
here I
chat?
am thinking I'm a genius, like 10 out of 10. And I absolutely fuck up the launch. Hi there, Zeus. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. How is the streaming going?
So, I need to clear
All right,
the land.
lower that.
I need to clear like
also,
the elevation.
Music. Stop being
Let's put
so
it
loud
here.
in
There
my
shouldn't be
ears.
anything
Thank
above
you.
us
There
from
we go.
Here. Here we go. Genius.
Hello. Hello. So yeah, all right. But yeah, I have not announced like everywhere that I can that it's like, oh hey, I'm streaming right now, and I also need to find like new places to sort of mention. Oh, hey,
Emotional damage.
bam. Yep, exactly. Just getting hit for 5 points of emotional damage right now. Just ah.
Furry Cures 1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Of course you think I should be doing 20 squats. What else would I be doing so early? Alrighty then. Minimize that. Alright, so... Alright, here we go. 20 squats. Get them glutes for big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. All right, here we go.
Quote 376. Ooh, that a lot of vibration.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes, I'm actually doing... Why is this such a surprise to people of, oh, hey, there's a redeem for squats. I betcha he's just gonna have the VTuber doing squats just to somehow, like, I don't know, do a cake cam or something. Wouldn't that be fun? It's like, no, I'm actually doing squats. I'm actually doing squats. I used to have those redeems, like, so much more regular and for so much cheaper. Back when I only had to do, like, 10 squats a redeem, I went and had it, like, at a really cheap cost, like, 100 channel points, so you could definitely get it in less than an hour of watching me. And Bone Mass Dog was like the big pusher of squats because they go to gym and exercise and such, and they get through 300 squats in their session. A little bit out of breath there. And so, and the cooldown time used to be like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something really short like that. In the cake cam? No cake cam. There's only Himbo cam. The cake cam is exclusively my camera. And that's like, as you can see here. If I had like maybe full body tracking when I do like all this, like the video games and such. Hey! Don't be stealing my... People steal my search so quickly. It's absolute insanity. Not even 10 minutes into the stream and already my shirt gets stolen. I'm not putting the cake back on. No, thank you. Someone bonk Furry Cures for the horny. Thank you, Fakova. Now I can, like, use my hands and do the bonk. Oh, God. Who did that? Who de-himboed me? I'm gonna look terrible.
Smash.
This is what you get for whinging. It's a valid complaint. Ever since I put nipples on this, like, everyone's just sort of being like, we're just gonna take his shirt. And look at this horrifying monstrosity. Blech. Look at these very thin hands, this weird sort of shading going off right now. Whining. Whinging, whining, it's the same sort of thingy, madoogs. Alright, it's the same sort of thing. Alrighty, what do I need to do? All right, close that because I don't need to explore Twitter. Move that over there.
Uranina Zach paid me to say if you ain't gonna fix it then you'd best quit butchin'.
There isn't exactly a really good way to fix. There isn't exactly a really good way of fixing, because like I can remove the stolen shirt redeem, which would probably upset a lot of people, or I can increase, like, how costly is the shirt redeem right now? Let me have a look. Is it like 1,000? Let's see. Himbo can pull the lever. Hyper Himbo. Yeah, stolen shirt right now is like 1,000 points. Like D Himbo is twice as much. Like if I wanted to, I probably could put it at like maybe say 5,000 points. Like, because that would be at the same price as Skyfox. But here's the thing: is Skyfox is like partner and a much bigger sort of streamer. Emer and such like that. So they have like the people who subscribe to him and doing raids and prediction polls. Like there's a lot more channel points like getting thrown around in his channels because of all those mixes. But not with me. Everyone has to sort of be like a very patient observer. Poor furry cures. You can't counter D Himbo. No, you can't. Like, okay, what did you do? Hyper Himbo? Okay. In order to counter D Himbo it, like if you want to counter any of the channel point redeems, you have to throw bits. So, for example, 69 bits will make me extra Himbo. 420 bits will D Himbo me. Now, obviously, I don't have like a really good D Himbo sort of appearance and such. I think I would have to go to Wolk and like do a really big redo of my zebra and be like, right, here's like, there's like 3 stages I want to be at, is like standard Himbo, extra Himbo, and then like do like a very skinny, very kobold size, like skinny zebra, which I don't think would be easily doable because, you know, there's all these different kinds of materials to make, you know, the muscles look more muscular. And I think the best way I would be able to do that is using Unity tricks. So, for example, making it so that when the Hyper Himbo does go off, having having an animation or something to change the actual material slots. So then that way it swaps from, you know, the normal maps from Hyper Himbo or normal Himbo into D Himbo. Also, wait, what are you doing the letters? That's not allowed. Well, that's a wait. No, it will pop up. Once the D Himbo is done, then the Hyper Himbo will go up. It's in an order of operation. Hello, Hyper Artist. I want to commission you about making a skinny character. I've seen that. It's like, hello? Big BB, it's like, BBW artist, I would like to commission you for making a character who goes on a weight loss comic or something. Like I've seen that like Joker meme. It's absolutely hilarious. But yeah, like there would be a number of things I would want to try and do with the zebra, which is and like I would be doing like all kinds of fuck you, D Himbo's your Himbo. That's exactly what's happening here. So yeah, there'd be all kinds of things I would want to try and make or try and do with my, the sleeves are just because they're as they are. But yeah, there'd be like a lot of things I'd want to try and update and improve with my zebra, and I kind of want to try and do those things myself first, and then go to, you know, Wolk or any of the other yeah, there we go. Now I'm Hyper Himbo. And then go to Wolk or any of the other 3D artists, professionals, for the stuff that I'm just not capable of doing because, you know, creative to execution is not my strong suit.
Nobody's nuts.
Like let me show you like where my latest skills, like I keep going back to this Keyblade, for instance. Like I did this last week and I still want to keep going back to it. And, you know, this is the latest rendition. And it took me like 3 hours of making the chain and the Mickey symbol you see right there. It's a lot smaller than this render now. But, like, there's so many things I'd want to try and improve and such like that. And people would get that shit done, like, far quicker or with far more detail. The Keyblade got done? Yes, the Keyblade got... Actually... that reminds me, hang on a second. I need to update my image because I've made the changes to the Keyblade and it's now a little more prominent in the background, as you can see. Look at all these hecking cuties in here. People from these countries are so cute. Hi there, Hex. Let's see, Hexkilnia. Ta-da! So yeah, ta-da! So yeah, so I'll need to make more 3D objects and such, which I'm going to be doing Wednesday. I'm going to need some suggestions in that day. But yeah, it's good to see you, internet friend. Thank you again for the screenshot you did on how you did the teeth of the Keyblade first, and you know, sort of demonstrating like this is how you want it to make it look like and such. I will be real with you. The polygon count is probably a lot higher now, ever since I've added that keychain and the key thingy diggy itself. I'm gonna be real. I would if I was going to put it into like VR chat or something like that, I would probably get rid of the chain and the Mickey Mouse symbol because there's so many polygons in it. I think it like quickly escalated from. Hang on, can I open up Blender right now? Blender. Why won't it? Gosh. Slowly but surely, Windows 10 on my PC is not having the best of days right now. All right, so if I go into Twitch props and then view, how do I get, wait, no, hang on. Layout and then edit. So I need to somehow, all right, so we go here, Control L, so then that way it grabs everything. How do I, hey chat, hang on. Play sources, hide the thingy-majiggy, show how do I make it so that I see the what's-mahoozy, hi there, Bode. Might be a skill to learn one day myself. Do not look at this Keyblade and think that this is what you can do as your first session. I highly recommend Zeus. There is this Australian on YouTube, and he goes through a tutorial of how to make a donut. It's very good starting point because what it does is it introduces you into the modeling side, like base level modeling, a little bit of the mesh, a little bit of the modifiers, the nodes, sculpting. Like it does a little bit of everything, but not so much that, you know, you're going to get overwhelmed. And it's a nice step by step. It's really great. I don't know where to go after you make the donut as far as tutorials go. But yeah, how do I make it so that I can see, where is it? Because like there would be a thing here on the left telling me like, oh, you have this many. Oh, it's probably here. Statistics. There we go. So this thing has 3,000 vertices, 7,000 triangles and such. And if I go and select, you know, just this thing, 400 of them, 400 of the vertices are just for the Keyblade. This one I think is a fair, like, some people might argue I could probably make it like a lot less if I, you know, was somehow able to bake a normal map. So then that way I can get rid of these grooves here and, you know, maybe reduce some of the stuff that's like, say, along this thing or maybe this circle here. But then you get to this thing. Like, dink, let me just select all this, and then technically this yellow chain as well. 3,100 vertices. Like, hang on a second, I can do a zoom in to the top left. 3,100 vertices. Like, 90% of the vertices for this entire Keyblade is going into the chain that really is just sort of an afterthought in terms of visual and such. So I don't know how I could do the chain better to keep its curve and such, and or how to, you know, say deal with this Mickey Mouse thing here. Hang on, what did internet friends say? Don't compare your accomplishments to accomplishments. Yeah, no, I'm not wanting to beat myself up on that. It's just I know there's a better way in doing a lot of the 3D stuff. And this chain, for instance, like, like, I feel like that's probably like one of the better ways of doing a chain, like visually speaking. I bet you there's probably a different way game engines would probably want you to do a chain, and it would probably be a thing of like, I don't know, maybe you create your cube or whatever sort of cylinder you want, and it goes like sort of over the chain, and then you bake the visual and the normals of that chain with all the complex geometry onto like this tube. So then that way the tube has a mix of like game engine chains are frequently just planes with textures on them. Yeah, no, exactly. So, and as well, this Mickey Mouse thing, this probably would have been just a flat plane as well with a normal map and, you know, the visual to be able to give you like a little bit of bevel and such. But I've not yet learned how to do high poly meshes, so from sculpting or what have you, and baking them onto low poly objects so that to retain, you know, the quality of work and such like that. Because I would like to be able to do, let me go back into chat. I would love to be able to do, and I'm probably gonna have to disappear myself, I would love to figure out, because this is one of the projects I want to try and figure out, and why I would want to do the high or low poly stuff, I would want to figure out how to turn that couch, the cushions, and maybe the zebra you see there, that I've made like long ass time ago, is my first time in sculpting. I would love to learn how to be able to reduce that, because right now that couch has so many fucking vertices in order to do the ow, ow. Game engine chains are frequently just planes with textures on them. Yeah. Got killed. But yeah, so that's one of the things I would like to... I feel like that would be a very valuable lesson, learning how to get high poly meshes baked into low poly meshes. Because then that way, you know, I have an opportunity of making as messy of a mesh as I want in terms for high quality such as, you know, that chain, this zebra you see in front of you, the couch behind me, any of that kind of stuff. And being able to just sort of be like, oh, rather than using like, you know, thousands of vertices, here's, you know, here's 600 or 60. Like, just shrink it down to a tenth. Any whoosies. I can, nope, don't save Twitch prompts because I didn't make any changes whatsoever. Sources, turn off the desktop, turn on the console. Alrighty then. Zeus, you are the last man standing. Congratulations. Turn off intro fighters. And we will move on to the rest of Kingdom Hearts. Sorry, not Kingdom Hearts. The rest of, I wonder why so many vertices. The reason for so many vertices is because of the chain. And the, like, I just demonstrated that, like, earlier, the thingamadoogie. So, yeah, so, this is Link. And previously, I was up... Hang on, let me just go to the adventure log. The Secrets of the Ring Ruins. I was previously up here on Thunderhead Island, and we were here. Whenever you want to know how to do something in Blender, I recommend stopping by Royal Skies. He makes very short to... Oh, that... So, you would like to put hair on your model. Not a problem. I've seen his videos. They're fairly good. I used him as a source for figuring out how to do a little bit of the, you know, attaching accessories to objects, how to transfer... so for example, there's like a shirt I made or some other like clothing I did for my zebra, figuring out how to copy some of the properties, like being able to put it onto like my zebra here and transferring the data properties, like the vertice weights. One of the background issues with my zebra right now is Wolk did a really good job with my mesh. He's made some improvements on how he goes through the process right now. And one of the changes is I would like to have a different rig on my zebra. The reason why is because if I throw it into Unity, his spine, this zebra's spine goes from spine 1 and then it jumps all the way up to spine 3. So so Unity has a hard time trying to figure out what my upper chest is and chest. I would, and the other thing is that if I want to be able to pose, say, because it's not that much lower, but there is a slightly lower polygon variant of my Zebra for VTubing and VChat stuff. But the rig is different, and I can't turn it into like a Rigify rig. So everything is forward kinetics with the VRChat VC face rig, and I can't put Rigify to create an inverse kinematics. And the reason why is because one of his hoofs is missing a bone, and I can't just add the bone back in. The Blender still craps out and such. So that's another thing in my learning, in like my path of learning how to do Blender and such, is I want to learn how to do a little bit of rigging, so then that way I can put a new rig on my Zebra with, you know, the right bones and what have you, and possibly even put, you know, a more substantial sort of rig on my Zebra, like his tongue and what have you, rather than having the tongue as like a blend shape thing. But anywhoosies, that's not really easy to do, especially when you're dealing with with this final model here, where, let me just zoom in like really quickly and then slowly zoom in, because as you can see here, he's got a lot of teeth, he's got a tongue. This nose, thankfully, is flat. It doesn't, like, go in, but then there's the case of, you know, his eyebrows, the hair you see. There's, like, a lot of details going off on, like, the inside of my mouth, so it makes rigging that nearly impossible. Like, at least in the realm of just going, oh, select the rig, select the mesh, join with empty weights, or automatic weights. Doesn't work. So, want to learn those kinds of things. So, but all of this will take... It will take a while. And this is all in a realm where I also want to learn how some of the more substantial VTubers, or Gwillem, for instance, they've created a personal environment in Unity or Unreal. I've seen a Goblin make a Unreal environment for his VTuber. I want to know how they do it, like for the Unity or for the Unreal, figuring out which one of the two might be better. Oh, hey, it's this fella. What are you doing here? So many things I want to learn, and I just need to, like, find the time and, you know, put in, like, find the time, be able to invest into it, and not, you know, rush through it to learn. But it's like, it's hard to, you know, it's hard to learn and not rush when, you know, some of the times I'm like, oh, I want to do this. I want to do the streaming stuff. I want to improve on my... Oh, no. God damn it. How much health am I going to be using up? 8, 9, 10. Okay, so it's like 10 hearts. God damn it. That's not going to be a fun speed run. You're still learning the basics of Unity yourself for VR chat things. Current project is how to make a random sound play when a physics bone is squished. I know there's a way you can make... So, because you already have the first step, which is getting a physics bone and then reacting with a sound. Did it hurt you? Nope. I still have all my hearts in the top left. It's just a really annoying skill check where it's like, oh, hey, you're going to need to, you know, have a certain number of hearts in order to complete this quest line. And it's like, is it really necessary? Hello? I don't like that the eye is staring at me. Excuse me. I'll proceed to shut up about Blender and 3D stuff for a bit. Aha.
Link, Zelda's chosen protector. Take this. Follow the light.
Okay. No, shut up, Smeagol. We're following the light, okay? It's not going to be a problem. Can I, like, pick this thing up and walk with it? All right, so follow the thing. You found a strange relic on Dragonhead Island that emits a narrow beam of light. The beam appears to extend straight down to the surface. When you touch the relic, it says to follow the light. Cool. Awesome. Ooh, another thingy-majig. All right, hang on a second. Are you sure the light is going to send you to heaven? No, the light isn't going to send me to heaven. Don't be ridiculous. Wrong order of operation. All right, let's see what we get from this. Hopefully we get some good new stuff. Bonk! All right, let's see. We get some fans, controls, what looks to be a sled, and some wings. We got, okay, so we got some good essential traversal stuff from the looks of it, which is great. All right, yeah, this is good. This is some good essential stuff. All right, so what we can do then is... Awesome. So you won't do anything crazy when I hold you. Oh, hang on. This is the great thing about the auto builder is if you have the equipment, like it's not meant to be used as like a, oh, you can do that with anything you want, and it just costs you like the zonite pieces. It's like, no, the whole point of it is so then that way if you do have the pieces, you just create it automatically. Alrighty, and you know what we can also do? We can, all right, actually, let me see if this thing will stay attached. All right, let's see. Cool. We always got to put rockets on it. So there's the first one. And there's the second one. Avalon, you're watching? You're about to witness... Oh. I don't like that. Hang on. There we go. That's a lot better. Get ready to witness some fucking amazing engineering. Douche, 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 douche. Dive bomb! Concentrated fire! Ow! Grant, go pew pew. Yes. I could actually put cannons on this thing. Like, I can actually use this as like an aerial assault, and it would be very useful because I have this like avatar of fire thing, which is also helpful against like a... Oop. All right, let's see. Bonk. All right, so we take that off, and we put you here, do we? There we go. The Zeeb flies. Yes, the Zeeb can fly with the assistance of engineering. There we go. Nice. All right, so we got a new thing. Ooh, actually, hang on. Can I just... Nope, I can't. Okay. Here I was thinking I could just put it on my shield for, like, easier transport and such, but I guess it's a pick up and drop thing. Alrighty. Tobio's Hollow Chasm. Oh, you want me... Damn it, I need the mask. And, of course, it starts raining. Alright, let me pick up the mask again. There we go. The mask isn't important. Clearly. Alright? But I didn't think I needed it more after, like, after I opened the thing. But I guess I need it to run, like, you know, use an elevator. There we go. Did it. Do your thing. Excuse me. I get paid tomorrow, which is nice. Is he gonna say it?
Link. Zelda's chosen protector.
Oh, okay.
You must hurry. We must meet as soon as possible.
I was expecting the classic cyberpunk come moment, but it never arrived. I'm disappointed. I am very, very disappointed. This sage is anti-horny. Of course they are. Hey, we're back at the thing. We're back at the thing. Hang on. I need to tell Blue. Where's Blue? Hang on. Blue, are you in the chat? No, they're not in the chat. Hang on a sec. I gotta tell him I'm at the thing. I'm at the thing with the time and the place for the purposes of the whatsamahoozies. I'm at the thing again. Alrighty, here we go. Pick this up. And now we gotta go over to the here. I knew that was a fucking mecha. I knew that was gonna do something. He told me there was like a quest line and shit. Clearly this is the quest line. Is that we're now gonna like make the first part of this thing, and then they're gonna tell us of like, oh hey, you're gonna need to like go to other parts of the Dragon Island in order to unlock the rest. Alright, so grab the thing. And there we go. Just instant 180 when I put it in there. Alright, so 2 arms and 2 legs. It's like an automaton or something. A warforge.
Link. Zelda's chosen protector.
Oh! Oh! No, we're not building... Voltron is when you have, like, multiple spirit... Like, multiple people.
I am the Sage of Spirit.
Oh, okay, okay, so now we know who the
Happy
sage
you
is.
have arrived. At last we can speak with each other. Unfortunately, I no longer have a body. Without a physical form, we cannot yet speak face to face.
But this is why we have the robot here.
Do you see the 4 storehouses in the area?
1.
I would ask you to visit each of them and assemble a body for me. This is my request to you, Link. Loyal swordsman to Zelda.
Absolutely. Also, sorry, something something broke into my head when I mentioned Warforge. So what's why O? It's because I forgot to mention it in the previous time I was streaming and such like that, but because I'm a fan of D&D stuff. I don't do a lot of D&D stuff on stream. It's unfortunate. I kind of want to be able to do more, which is why Baldur's Gate, like 1 and 2, is like a potential like thing I want to play, especially since Baldur's Gate 3 will come out at some point, and I think there's co-op in the third one at least. I don't know about the first 2 games. If there's co-op there, you know I'm going to be grabbing Code the Yoshi and maybe whoever else does like, you know, ARPG nonsense, because I'm a fan of D&D. I had my Zebra, you know, done, like, I like D&D. I got some art of my Zebra done in all the different, like, D&D classes and such, and I had the opportunity of having my Zebra get thrown into a, what's-a-mahoozy? Hi there, Benyu. I had opportunity for my Zebra to get thrown in, like, a tier list for, oh, what class would this Zebra be in? And it was done by Tiefling Melissa. Most people probably already know who this Tiefling is. If you don't, horny red Tiefling that's a bit of a dragon fucker, but is a huge, like, lore dump and, like, ASMR knowledge of Dungeons and Dragons and shit. And they... You know, I wasn't able to see it for when it actually happened, because otherwise I would have told them, hey, I've got like a piece of art where my Zebra is actually that, because they went and they reviewed it and they thought I was a barbarian.
Why they be so fine? Then boom.
Chat, this is a barbarian. This is a barbarian if I've ever seen one. The fucking Twitch font. Yeah, right? But chat, look at that cake. I can't see the cake. Look at that cake. This is a barbarian. This is a barbarian, 100%. This man brought enough cake for the whole class. Goddamn. Goddamn.
I love how she just goes for, like, the front-facing Zebra look. Like, this is the look that you guys get, is front-facing. But yeah, I had like a piece of work done where my Zebra is a Storm Herald barbarian. That was like one of the... Like, of the different classes that Barbarian has, there is, there's Totem, Storm, Wild Magic. No, Wild Magic is a, I think a thingamadoogie, but yeah. Even she wants your cake? She doesn't want the cake. I don't, like, she says goddamn, but I don't think she's goddamn I want that cake. It's goddamn he got cake. So... But yeah, so I missed out on her when she actually got to me. I was basically like 2 hours behind schedule on that one, because otherwise I would have been like, hey, that's me! I got the barbarian pick, hang on a second. And then hopefully like that. But that's not what happened, so... Alrighty. Alright, so we gotta get to... that warehouse. Easy. Let me bring out the super bike. Don't. Alright, watch this shit. This bike, the reason why, like, you can technically do this with just 2 fans and a steering wheel, but unfortunately it is very difficult to control because your center of gravity is like really narrow. Like you go too far to the left or too far to the right, you're at risk of flipping over, which is why it's a little bit bottom heavy with the 2 extra fans on either side. One, it gives me a better, like, you know, sort of tight circle of movement, but then 2, I'm not falling over when I'm, you know, putting anything on it, like a Kuroko or whatever they're called. Literally me at gym today to my trainer, who's a close friend. You may not want massive thighs, but I prefer to give my lovers a beefsteak dinner. Benru! Benru, have you never heard of the bullying technique called beef stew? This is very important, Benru. Nope. Okay. In bench warmers, is like probably a really good example where you can get it, because it's also like almost in the first 10 minutes of the film. A kid gets bullied by some, you know, baseball jocks, and one of them is just sort of like, I bet this kid wants beef stew. Here's what beef stew is. You just sit on their face and you fart in them. You just fart on the kid right there, point blank. That is beef stew. It is a fucking traumatizing experience. What the hell is this place? Oh, what's this? Bam. So you saying, like, I want to give my lovers a beefsteak dinner? The first thing that's popping into my head is beef stew, where you're just sitting and farting. Did I get beef stewed? No, in Australia, beef stewing is not a thing. Wedgies, whirlpools, those weren't things. Australians would just fucking hit you. Or they would just, you know, traumatize you with psychological warfare. Like, if they know you're afraid of magpies, they're gonna get you around a magpie that's swooping. If you're afraid of spiders, they're gonna drop a toy spider either on your shoulder or on your face, and it's gonna be a lot bigger than a normal spider, just, you know, enunciating the phobia that you have, making it less irrational and more rational. Alright, where am I going? Do I need to go up? Hang on. I wasn't paying attention on where I needed to go next. Alright, let me just get the Royal Guard. There we go. Because I don't need that running all the time. And then we've got a loop-de-loop thing here. Whirlpools can't be a thing in Aussie because we don't fill our toilet bowls with water. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't, like, the water... Well, actually, no. Technically speaking, you could do a whirlpool with an Australian toilet, because what's actually happening is, instead of the water getting sucked down and then filling back up again, the Australian toilets just shoot water in there. They use the different physics of water, where because of like the bend in the tube, in the piping and such like that, if you're pushing water from one side, it's gonna force the contents down the tube, but the bowl itself will never fill, because the other side of the S tube will, like, you know, pull the water over. It's a physics thing. What are you scared of? I am not sharing that shit. Nice try. Alright, so... Which side does it want me walking off? Alright, here. Okay. Alright. So now we're here. I guess we're going up here next? Ah, interesting. Yunk. So... Now, will this let me go up? No, because it's not high enough. It wants... Oh. That was by mistake. Oh. Let me just do a different kind of cheesing. There we go. Easy. Alright, so then we have all these wings. But why would they be here? Oh, chest. Hang on. Oh. Okay, hang on. The top of the bend is always full of air. Refer to Milo Atlantis. It's only a grease trap, just like a sink in Atlantis. It's also used in a Kingsman, where one of their first sort of tests as they're in the whatsamahoozy the recruiting like tests and what have you is the room that the recruits are in is slowly getting filled with water. So what they do is they create what's called loose snorkels by grabbing the hose pipes, taking off, or the hose pipes and showers, and getting them into the toilet and getting them past the S-bend as well. Because then because even though the room is getting filled with water and what have you, the toilets will, constantly be draining because there will be water, like there's water past the S-bend as well. So, yeah. Alrighty, where is it? Here it is, fly pane. There we go. And then...
Fatboy_97 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Of course you think I should do 20 squats. So yeah. I know things. Alright, here we go. Big stretch! Big stretch! Has it already been 30 minutes in the first bit of the stream? God damn. Alrighty. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. Thank you so much. Alrighty then. Now I need to grab the steering wheel. Bring that over. Rotate you around so you're actually facing forward. And let's see. Which way do you want us going? Let's have a look. So we got the temple over there. We got something over there. Let's have a look. Ah, yes, another whatsamahoozies. Alright, we don't need the Poe, because we've already got, like, all the things we can get with it. It's like the experiment we do as kids, where you force an empty container underwater in the bath and it traps air in it. Yeah, I remember doing that in the... I used to do that with a bucket in the swimming pool. Like, I'd get, like, a clear bucket, and I would try and, whatsamahoozy? I'd try and, pull it with me underwater so I can see under in, like, what's in the swimming pool underneath. So. Oh. Oh. I didn't pay attention to the first, like, thingy-madiggies. Oh. I didn't pay attention to, like, the first, whatsamahoozy, the first cutscene. I didn't have context that the thing I needed to carry was with me. Oh my goodness. And then let's see, we have, like, an electrical current. Ooh, hang on. Let's have a look. So we've got... Nope. I'm gonna need to have like a guide or something, so then that way it doesn't like this. Nope, that did not work. Okay, is there anything under here that could help me? Let's have a look. Put it in the disc. The disc? Hang on. So yeah, because the problem is that, like, there should... Oh. Hang on. Alright. Let me just pick you up. So what I need to do is I need to make, like, a diamond formation with the, Okay, that's probably not going to do it. Alright, I'm just going to put you all on top for now. Alright, let me try and make you a little bit straighter. There we go. Alright, so while that's going up, let's see, what do we got here? We got... Alright, we got some puff rooms that won't be, you know, 100% useful. Mind if I post an image? Was watching in VR while working on my chunky orca and thought it was a funny contrast? Ooh! Okay, hang on. Where are you posting it? General, alright. That's pretty cool. I like that you were able to put a Twitch stream into the into the VR. Alrighty, so alright, let me just get my plane out of the way. Okay, so we got like another wheel. Now, there it is. Okay, so it's probably the fact that it's too heavy. Alright, so we got a series of these like wheels, and we've got, so we can't move this, and we need to try and have it traversing from one side to the other. So what we can probably do is instead put this side by side like so. And then... Oop. Alright, so that puts it relatively even. And we can put in... Alright, so we can put you there. And then if we have you down, like... Nah. It doesn't do a perfect catch. Alright, so I need to grab one of yous. Alright, how about now? Interesting puzzle. Okay, so that's just another wheel over there. So yeah, because we can't walk along this thing because it's electrified, so we just be like shocked like every few minutes. Actually, color me curious. Oh, no, okay, cool. It is enough. It's not gonna... There we go. Nice. That works for us. So now we have, like, a cool, like, four-wheeler. Nope. There we go. Alright, and then we have all this gloom over there. We got goblins. We need to get it over there. We don't have anything to make it fly. Alright, we might need to make a bridge real quick. Hang on a second. Once I get this done, I'm gonna have to go back to the previous one I was at and get that one, put together, because I was no, I want it, like, flat, please. No. Flat. There we go. Alrighty, so. Okay, not the worst, but could be better. There is a method for that reason. It's so then that way I have it with me when we go and drive around, okay? So... Oh! I didn't realize I made that problem. Hello? This will all make sense, don't you worry. Alright, let's see how we go. Alright, and then we go down. Oh, maybe a bit too quickly down. Oh, cool, there is just a ramp. Alright, let's ignore all those guys. Ow. Fuck you. Fine, we're not ignoring you. Bombs away. I'm not fucking around. Oop. Ow. The fuck was that? There we go. Alright, grab you. Awesome, it didn't break the flat packs. Alright, here's what we'll do. Because really, I just need... I thought I would need those flat packs to make a bridge or something, but that never ended up happening, so... We're just gonna put it right on top of the fella. And we're gonna drive as is. There we go. Genius. I was going to mention you haven't heard already, since you're a fan of Hawaii. Kilo is erupting again. Pretty decent sized lava. I'm not a fan of Hawaii. I did go to Hawaii, I can tell you that much. I went to Hawaii. Alrighty, so... There we go. There. Alright, so that's the first arm done. And now we gotta deal with a few others.
Bring the other 3 here as well, Link.
Alright, I'm gonna need to go back to the other place. No, it's okay, it's cool. Like, here's the thing. My complaint about Hawaii when I went there, I went with, like, extended family around the States and such, and the unfortunate bit is that a lot of the Americans that were with us were fairly old. And then there was, like, 3 kids, all of them under the age of 13. And what old people like to do is not the same thing as what kids would feel comfortable doing for long periods of time. For instance, going to a volcano, that sounds awesome. Sounds fucking sweet. Any kid would want to do that. Putting into context that the lava is all cooled, you can't go into the crater, you don't see any lava, it's all just hot slag and, you know, just volcanic rock. That's all it is. Yeah, not very fun for kids, especially when you add on the fact that you're most likely going to be in a car for half an hour to an hour between sites. Yeah, the 3-year-old did not enjoy that. The 3-year-old got tired of getting in and out of a car. So... yeah. So you couldn't do much, I guess. No, you couldn't do much. I decided to take, you know, the comedic funny route of just, you know, oh, would you look at that? A rock. 30 minutes later. Oh, would you look at that? A rock. What's that over there? It's a different rock. So, but I could only be humorous like that for so long. So. Alrighty. So, now we need to go back to that thingamadoog to get my, give me that leg, boy! Here we go. And yes, I would like to think that I'm the fastest bow in Hyrule. Alrighty. So, we gotta do this all over again. But it's okay. Pretty sure this is where we went last time. This should be an easy one to solve. Is this your final sage? Yes. This is the Sage of Spirit, they're called. And what we're doing with the Sage of Spirit is we are going to be, okay, that's probably not great. There we go. Okay. Clearly, there might have been a little bit of a difference in opinion on how... Alright, so put you there. And then we grab you. Oh boy. Alright. Hang on. Let's just cheese this. Wait, what? Apparently that's too high. Alright, where's the fan? There should be two there. There probably was, but here's the other issue is there's just a lot of those like weird rails and I didn't want to deal with this shit. So give me a second. Put you... Also, what the fuck is using my energy? Oh, never mind. I've got plenty of battery, so... Nintendo gives us the tools we need in order to make our own solutions. Oh, Jesus. Alright, here's the good news. Because that has been lifted up, we should be able to just... go up here. I could add a steering wheel if I wanted to, but I didn't have a steering wheel out there, so use you, and then we get ready to catch it. Now, there will no doubt be a steering wheel here. There we go. We get our batteries back. All right, and then... Damn it, Avalon is not here to see the engineering genius that Yeah, I have the Zonai capsules. I just, you know, I've seen the steering stick there. I am just, you know, hoping that it is still there. I know I've already used it, and... yeah, it's probably not there anymore. Alrighty then, fine. We're gonna use the steering wheel. Give me a second. Oh man, I've got 80 of these things. I can't possibly do without one. Alright, here we go. And then... I love how I'm just sort of like, and... no problems. Are you kidding me? Some reason there is no, like... there's no, like, interpretation of, oh, if a mass is greater than the thing it's pushing on, it will push away. Like, there's none of that shit. There we go. You need to gift Code Tears of the Kingdom? Code would very much appreciate it. Have you gifted him games before? Can you gift games in Nintendo? Alright, there's the next depot. How am I down to so few arrows now? I used to have like hundreds, now I'm down to 80. This is fucking ridiculous. Note to self. Get more arrows. I'll just have to like do a round world tour of all the places that sell arrows, so then that way I can just go and purchase new ones. I definitely have the money to get, you know, more arrows as well. Not yet, but I could help in his throne. You can't, like, check his throne. There might be a suggestions section on his throne. That way, you know, if Code wants someone to be able to, like, contribute to getting Tears of the Kingdom, then he can say yes to the throne item, and then you will be able to then go, so if he says yes, he's fine with that, and it has the item, like, thingamadoog, then you could gift it that way. So yeah, that's an option. All right, this is the left leg. Alrighty, so we got rockets for this one. Da-da-da-da-da-dun. Never mind. It's just rocks. Yeah, Hawaii needs more than just rocks. Oh, that's why. Okay, hang on. Because I've been in this, like, chat has probably seen me in this place before. Like, hang on. Dun, 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 and then, so, rocket 1. This is how I get my, this is how I got my abundance of rockets last time. Rocket 2. They need a better way for you to grab Zonai devices. There we go. All right, so we get big wheels, we get wings, we get rockets, and we get steering wheels. That's awesome. Let me move. There we go. Big wheels. There we go. Alrighty, so we need this thing. Alright, so slot you in here. And we need to turn this thing so then that way it is... Nope, wrong way. Nah, that's better. Ooh, steering wheel. All right, we get to ride this thing now, chat. Alrighty, here we go. I can't imagine anything wrong with this method of transportation. Amazingly enough, that actually worked as intended. Ow. Alrighty. Yep, and then we just gotta shoot that over there. Lasers? I don't remember those lasers. Hang on. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Let's have a think about this. Oh, hang on. I bet you I can use my Ultra Hand through the rails, so... Alright, what's in this? Nice. Always useful. Did it. There we go. Sorry, I just needed to scratch. I might need to go see a doctor about the top of my foot. I've been scratching at it quite a bit. They probably don't want me to do that. I need to, like... Yeah, I'll most certainly need to. Donk. There we go.
One more left, Link. The body for my spirit is nearly complete.
Cool. Alrighty. Next depot is probably that one over there. So that's going to be a bit of an annoying one to get to, no doubt.
FurryCures1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Of course you do. Ah, shit.
Quote 386. I know how to push my balls.
Nah. Thank you. Alright, here we go. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. Ah, they're fighting trees. Not my problem. There we go. Goddamn fucking spirit. All right, there we go. And a steering wheel. Alright. This should be easy to do. And then we've got
Quote
lava
400.
there as well.
As you can see, I am not wearing panties.
Why? Why, Furry Cures? Why do you do me this dirty? Why you gotta do me dirty like this? Okay. Oh, hey, there's, ladders. Nice. Alrighty, what's in you? Bonk. I don't do you dirty, I do your ass dirty. Is that the phrase? Okay then, so. Okay, oh, hang on. How did they do the chain last? Like, how did they do it? So. Stick it to the side and then send. Okay, so like stick it like here. Because, like, the idea is like, you put it, like, there, so then that way it, like, rolls upwards, but... What am I doing?
Calm your rice paddy. You mean the candy or the confectionery? Just so long as it's not my zebra cake. All right. So looking. Ow. Fuck that nonsense. God damn it, that was a lot easier than the last time I tried doing that. Okay. Annoying, but it works in the context. God damn it. What's going on? How are you, by the way? I'm doing fairly all right. I do have a confession to make. I scratched the top of my foot a little too much, so I might need to make a doctor's appointment about that. All right, here we go. Yoink. There we go. Meow. So yeah, so made that mistake. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if it's because of the back of the foot is itchy and I scratch it with the top of the other foot, or if the top of my foot is itchy. So yeah, fun nonsense. But yeah. There we go. And that assembles the whole thing, giving them like cool pieces. Hey! Nice work. It's not gonna be a boss. This is the Sage of Spirit. This is gonna be a companion. They're gonna help me. It's gonna be no problems whatsoever.
Thank you, Link.
See?
Now only one task remains. We must recover my secret stone. It should be located here. Please, Link, let us go there together. The path will be very dangerous. Fortunately, this construct body you have built for me is hardly helpless. There is a platform nearby where we can explore its potential. Now hurry, Link. We must recover my secret stone.
Yay! Oh, I can ride the construct? Excuse me? Oh, that's crazy. Attach one to your hand and power in combat will be significant sevenfold. The road to the secret stone is long and arduous. I recommend that you make a stop at each armory along the way. Get accustomed to operating this construct so that you are prepared for whatever you may face. Awesome. Alrighty, spike ball in the left, and... Nice. Let's see how this goes. Doesn't really do a lot of damage. Note to self, give him like more powerful shit like lasers or something.
Yes.
Fun tutorial, but I'm gonna be real, I think I have a better job of fetting them myself. And the weird thing is I can't put a bat on. Beam and rocket. All right, we're gonna go with beam. Alright, note to self. This mecha is shit. Like, I have done a better job as, like, my normal self than, you know, this mecha. Maybe if the mecha would just be, you know... Oh, I'm already full health. Cool. Like, maybe if this mecha was just independent, that would be fine, but for now... Yeah. The beam is kind of cool, but it's weak. Where do you want... Oh, you want me going this way. Okay. Like, yeah, it does barely anything. Yeah. Yeah, if I didn't have like a really big battery for this mech, it would not be performing very well. I would be like basically sitting and waiting for it to charge again. Like that. Like, the cannon is cool, but... like, look at this thing. This laser does nothing against against the big boys. It's only useful against small fry, which is, like, frankly, not that important. Like, let's see, is this thing gonna... like, it has no knockback, and it slowly dwindles if I have, like, good aim. But they decide to give it an aim where it's like, oh, the reticule is, like, really big. So you're basically basing yourself on, you know, which way the laser is pointing. We wait for that to be full, and there we go. Oh, we now have to deal with that thing. Okay. Yeah, look at him. He's doing, like, nothing to him. Oh, and the cannon doesn't even last forever, so... yeah, some fucking use you are. So yeah, like, yeah, it's not useful. I have done, like, a lot more damage as Link using, like, combined weapons than, you know, with this mech. And I think this mech is reliant on Zonai parts as well. Like, I can't give it, for example, like a silver Lionel horn in order to, like, greatly increase its attack damage. I don't think I could be able to do that.
Aha.
Draw forth a hidden power in this construct and press forward. Cool. Yeah, I can't combine... oh, maybe I can. Okay, hang on. Royal Broadsword. There we go. And then... okay. Maybe it will be better because, you know, I can combine these things. I thought I was limited to just the, to the Zonai parts, not the, you know. Alright, let's see what it's like using the back. Look at him going! Cool, and now you can just... now I can do my own thing. Or, actually, hang on a second. I'm gonna need to use... where's the big lard? Where's the big fella? There's the big fella. There we go. It's gonna be... unless... let's go. Alright, let's see what it's like using... can I even charge up attacks? Nope, it is literally just swiping. It's literally just swiping. That is...
Icy is cute, Uwu.
Icy is cute. 100% cute. We've done the tests. Alright, here we go. Yeah, he doesn't, like, it doesn't have a 1-2-3 combo. If it had the 1-2-3 combo, then yeah, it would be okay, because then I could be like 1, 2, 3. But it doesn't do that. Instead, it's this, you know, really, like, slow one hit, and there is no, it's not like it's even a one-hit charge. It feels like, you know, just one standard hit compared to Link's thing. Alright, let's see how he does with these guys. Yeah, it doesn't do, like... Raid! Hi, hello, Unity. Welcome to the stream. I was taking a little sneaky look at your stream as well. How was The Legend of Zelda? How was Tears of the Kingdom? Welcome, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through all kinds of kabusi. Kabusi. I just saw the raid message. Pussy. Holy, yes, I'm in a mech. I am in a mech. You thought those were butts? Those, oh. Ooh. Oh, that's not a butt. Those are titties. Amazing. 10 out of 10 emote design. I absolutely love it. I myself have a like a butt emote as well. It's not, hey, no, not in front of, Furry Cures, not in front of the streamer. Not in front of the raider. Oh, hang on. There we go. Oh, this hand goes here, and then this hand goes here. There we go. Oh, you don't do it in front of the raiders. They might not be the lewd kind. Like, okay, granted, they did say kabusi. Let's see, so probably they are. Thank you, Fakova, for the little thingy-majiggy. Aisha Moonchild, thank you for the follow. Welcome, everyone. They are the lewd kind. Ah, yes. They are the lewd kind. You were responsible for making them lewd. Nah, it's okay. I poke the butts. But yeah, welcome, everyone. I am currently going through Tears of the Kingdom as well. I've recently gone through all the what's-a-mahuzi? Brain process. I've gone through all the temples. So as you can see here, I've got the Sage of Wind, the Sage of Fire, the Sage of Water, and the Sage of Thunder. All of these guys are currently active. The reason why Tulin, the Sage of Wind, is a little bit brighter than the other three is because I utilized some sage stones or something like that, and it costs like 4, so I was able to upgrade Tulin. There's like another 15, so it's like 5, 10, 15, and then obviously with the 5th spirit, 20. And then we got energy cells. Wait, hang on. 5, 15, 20. Oh, we might not be able to upgrade everything. But yeah, I've upgraded all my energy cells. I don't yet have all the Lights of Blessing, but my health is like over 20 now, which is great. Alright, I need... Ooh, hang on. Let's see how this rock hammer goes. Ooh. Give me that rock hammer. Oh, can I not pick up the rock hammer? It has to be like... Oh, that's annoying. Alright, let's... Ow. Fuck you. Yeah, this mecha is not really that strong. I might need to upgrade it. You're still really early on. You just got the water one, but this is sick. Yeah, I went for the wind one first. Out of the different spirits, the spirits are helpful in combat. Don't get me wrong. They're really great for, you know, being able to mitigate groups that might be chasing after you and such. But quite frankly, hang on. Silver Bokoblin Horn. We put that on the right side. We'll see it. So... like, in combat, they're really good for the mitigation of enemies and such, but Tulin is very useful in out-of-combat sort of scenarios, because if you're gliding, Tulin is just the only spirit you can use, and he's automatically rigged to the A button to give you a gust of wind forward. Very useful for, like, he doesn't blow you upwards like what Rito did in the first game, but he gives you, like, a nice push forward, which is really great for traversal's sake. Alrighty, let's see... Construct cannot climb a sheer cliff face. However, the construct can be modified somehow in a way to access. We are drawing very near to the secret stone. Oh, I know exactly how they want me to do it. So this goes onto my back. And then... Actually, what happens if I put the rocket in my left hand? Let's see what happens. But yeah, so Tulin is so much more useful out of combat than all the other spirits, because A, it's the only spirit you can use during, like, gliding, and it's, like, automatically bound to A. Everyone else you have to basically walk up to them and go, oh, hey, I need to use you right now. So the big lard, that fella there, he's really great. Like, he'll turn into a ball, and then he will shoot forward.
Emotional damage.
Nope, that's not what I wanted it to do. All right. There we go. So yeah, so the roly-poly fella, he'll turn into a ball and shoot forward, and he'll be able to, like, break into like walls and such. You know, the breakable walls and such? He's very useful for there, so then that way you're not using bombs or your weapons to do it. And then... But yeah, otherwise the water person gives you, like, a shield, but he doesn't, like, apply it automatically when you go into combat, which is annoying. And then thunder, you know, is just cool thunder area effect. But again, you have to go to these people and say, let's go, or something or other for them to do their effect. So it's not really easy to apply them. Zhung. Yay, we now have a new teleport point. Alright, what temple does it do here? What? Oh, what does the temple do? Oh, it gives us our spirit stone. Neat. Okay, this is probably so then that way we have a means of being able to do our, like, summon him in and out. Yep. There would be no way we'd be able to get through this gloom without it. Do not kick me out, please. Oh, it's an evil one.
That construct! I made it long ago!
And he has like shoulder things.
But the glow... It must be under the control of something monstrous.
Oh, gee, I wonder how. A seized construct.
If the Demon King has turned my creation into his pawn, we must defeat it. We can do this together, Link. Let's go. We have to stop that construct. Those devices are very dangerous. Be careful.
I'm doing this so then that way I can... where is... There's a certain piece... Here it is. Oop. It's so I can put in the album, The Seized Construct. Shall we do a prediction? Let's see. Is everyone else up for a little prediction of seeing whether or not I can get through this in the first fight? A lot of people in chat might have, you know, just really quickly have been like, ah, yep, we're reaching the end of our day. So, also, this gives me a good opportunity.
That boy underscore 97 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Alrighty then. Let's do the squats and sound off in the chat if you are interested in having a prediction poll running on whether or not I succeed or not. You have the opportunity for big channel point gains. Big stretch. Here we go. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15,
Quote 306.
16, 17,
I try not to fart on squats.
18, god damn it, Furry Cures, 19, 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. Not thank you for the reminder of the farting. And then let's go with...
We will not be able to force our way past its defenses. We must think of something else.
There we go. Oh, we have to use the electric fence to help us.
That worked. Maybe we can make use of the devices around us.
Two and three. There we go. Alright, and now it goes into... it gives him additional arms.
It brought out more arms. Be careful. Don't get thrown off by how fast it moves. Just wait until it stops, then attack.
Did I just shoot through it? Yeah, I just did. Is it pushing it back? Yeah, it's pushing it back. Okay, so I can really just use the...
But remain ready for anything. We won't last long at this rate. We need to find another approach.
There we go. And... donk. And one more hit should get him into the wall. Did it. So yeah. Sorry, Furry Cures. Doesn't look like there's a lot of people in the chat that are interested in a prediction poll, it seems. I'll need to ask, like, what is it that makes people... Oh, excuse me. I accidentally hit my mic. I need to ask, like, what gets people engaged into running a prediction poll? Alrighty. Can I pick this up? Dun! Oh, I have to press it. Alrighty. So that gives me 5. So that's 10. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 25. I now have 25 hearts. I'm at a fairly good amount of hearts, it seems. I know you can get up to like 40, I believe, but I think 25 is a good number. Besides, I would basically have to find all the remaining shrines in order to get it, so... Nice. Hopefully this makes him more powerful.
Zelda asked me to aid you, Link. I am the Sage of Spirit, and one of the Zonai.
Hi.
Mineral. I am glad to meet you, Link. I must thank you. It is because of you that we have recovered my secret stone. Originally, my intent was to awaken when you first found the Porapad. Then to guide you to my construct and assist you on your journey. I had not anticipated a battle with that same construct. You have proven quite adept, and I am grateful for all your efforts. Link, here.
I love how the spirit gets to have my middle finger.
Sage of Spirit, I grant my power unto you. I believe it will serve you well.
Alright, so that gets us Sage number 5.
With this power I've given, a deep bond has been forged between us. And from this point forward, my spirit will reside within that construct. I will help you however I can. Aha!
I am one who lived in the distant past, in the age of Hyrule's founding. Circumstances forced me to forsake my body and become a being of pure spirit. Long have I slumbered within Zelda's Puripad in order to share what I knew when it passed into your hands. I apologize for... Hi, Jason! Hello there. I apologize that our meeting has been so long delayed. The Demon King's interference is to blame. Nevertheless, I ask your pardon.
Well then.
Now, on to the topic at hand. In my own age, the distant past, from your perspective, Zelda's awakened as the Sage of Time and appeared before us. What I must relate to you is a tragedy that occurred in Hyrule's history. At its crux was Zelda, who held a secret stone and traversed time. She made a momentous decision in those days gone by. I would have you know of the resolve she poured into that blade. The Master Sword. Oh, do you mean the sword I've already gotten? Because there was a quest line where I would just find out about like all these different things in the ground, like these really big drawings in the ground, and then there was like a pool of water which turned out to hold the memories of Zelda. And as I traversed them and discovered more, I then saw the light dragon, and it shed a tear, and it made a new like thingy-majiggy in the ground, which meant that all the times I was seeing Zelda's memory was through the tear of this light dragon. And then I finally find out a means of being able to why the light dragon is, in this time right now. And spoiler alert, chat, Zelda is a fucking dragon right now. So this entire time, like, Zelda has been like a fucking light dragon with the Master Sword like buried in its head, and all the time she's cried has created like this weird art thingy-majiggy in Hyrule for us to experience her memories. And then we pulled the sword out of her head, and we now have the Master Sword, and she is still a dragon. Probably having a great big cry about it, because apparently Zelda didn't want to be a dragon.
My people, known as the Zonai, came down from the heavens to the surface of the world. It was said they were descendants of gods. They bore treasures from these same gods, secret stones capable of amplifying the abilities of those who possessed them. Using the knowledge of the Zonai, my younger brother Rauru became a great leader. He met a young woman named Sonia, and they would wed. Rauru gifted Sonia one of the secret stones. Together, they sought to establish their kingdom. This is how the Kingdom of Hyrule, with Rauru and Sonia as its first king and queen, came to be. The future looked bright. However, tragedy suddenly struck. A man of great evil emerged from the desert. The leader of the Gerudo, Ganondorf, killed Queen Sonia and stole her secret stone.
We already know this.
Using the secret stone, Ganondorf transformed into the Demon King. He then created swarms of monsters and attacked. Hyrule rose up to face these threats, but the evil power driving the monsters forward was staggering. The defenders were on the brink of defeat. Rauru then came up with a plan to turn the tide of the war. He entrusted secret stones to warriors with exceptional abilities. They became sages and united in an effort to finally defeat the Demon King.
But they failed.
Rauru and the sages outnumbered the Demon King and should have been able to stop him. However, the Demon King's power had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined.
Oh, it's as if he, you know, knew the power of the secret stone and had no care of the ramifications of using it too much.
Our fight appeared all but lost. And then, Rauru.
Sup, goat man?
He committed himself to one final act.
That pride will be your downfall, Ganondorf!
Okay, how long have you been having that third eye? Is that just a regular thing with the Zonai? That's weird.
My heart and steal my magic. You plan to hold me here. What a clever way to solve your problems.
That is until, you know,
Ready to pay the price for this.
we no longer bind it.
I know exactly what it will cost me.
Thousands of years will pass in the blink of an eye. You only delay the inevitable.
You're wrong. Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you, Link.
Okay, why do you have to spoil this name?
Interesting. I look forward to meeting you.
Nice. I almost thought that was the sound of my, like, phone ringing me. I was so I thought I heard that classic iPhone ringing noise. Almost thought I heard that.
Aha!
You know this tragedy as the imprisoning war, though it took all we were able to give to succeed in imprisoning the Demon King. But I was wounded in the process. My body was soon to expire. That is when Zelda came to me, bearing a decayed and broken sword. Yes, you will recall how the Master Sword vanished from your hands at the Temple of Time. From there, it traveled into the distant past, appearing in Zelda's hands, and now you hold it once again. Yes, I hold it once again. Is that before the... Yeah, so that was like back in time kind of stuff.
You're saying that sword traveled through time the same way you did?
Yes.
Yes, but more importantly, in my original time, the Demon King was vulnerable to even the smallest piece of this sword.
Even someone like him has vulnerabilities. Then, what exactly are you suggesting we do with the sword?
Over time, the Master Sword is able to absorb sacred power. It can heal itself, and even grow stronger.
Nice.
Curious. If we were able to empower it in that way, it could be the key to defeating the Demon King. But it could take centuries for that sword to grow strong enough. The power the Demon King wields. I do not see how this can be done. It would be impossible
Yes,
for you to
they traveled
provide
in...
it with sacred power
Okay,
for
hang
so
on.
long.
Furry Cures, have you not been paying attention to what's happened, like, earlier in the game when Zelda disappeared?
You mean...
Like...
Yes, I can do it. I have to.
Zelda
told
is
you,
the Sage of Time.
It's
She
forbidden
has
for a
control
very
over
good
time.
reason. It would mean throwing yourself away.
Oh, Minoru!
You won't be able to change back.
Why do I feel like that's not true? Like, I feel like they're gonna... Because there's no way I feel like Nintendo would just, like, leave Zelda forever as a dragon for Link to just sort of look at the dragon and be like, oh, if only.
I want to restore the Master Sword and deliver it to Link.
I understand. You really have made up your mind?
Hmm.
Very well then.
Hi,
As a
Raider.
Zonai, I bear my share of blame for these events. So I too will devote myself to this goal and to this hero of yours. For the swordsman Link, I will do everything I can. Even if my body should perish, I will still be with you in spirit.
Why is he so cute, though? I don't know. So she traveled backwards in time because she had that kind of power similar to the first queen of Hyrule. And while there... You know what? Let me show you the cinematics. Hang on a second. Laid the groundwork for guiding you in the thingamadiggy. Before the gloom's affliction took my life, I became a spirit... entered the pad, then Zelda did what she felt she must and began the forbidden process. She believed you would use the Master Sword to defeat the Demon King and restore peace to Hyrule. You already have in hand the hope that Zelda left to you, the sword that seals the darkness, the Master Sword. Go now, Link. With the sword of hope that Zelda left to you, you will surely smite Demon King Ganondorf. Hi there, Ray J. Welcome to the stream. All right. Dink. Alrighty. Yay, we now have the Vow of the Spirit. Completed that. We now have the 5 different sages with us. Trial of the Master Sword, which I'm pretty sure we've technically completed, because we now have the Master Sword. Alright, so, let me get to you the cinematics.
So, here is the very first memory. This happened before the events of Tears of the Kingdom. This happened, like, sort of in between the events of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, before we went down into the cave.
Princess Zelda of Hyrule, and Link, keeper of the Master Sword. Your blade has been fully restored. Go on then, Link. Draw it once more.
And he draws it with, like, no troubles whatsoever compared to the first time we tried drawing it, where we basically nearly died.
Great Deku Tree. Thank you so much.
Ha ha ha. There is no need for thanks. I merely watched over its renewal.
It is amazing that a sword can heal itself, no matter how badly damaged it becomes.
Mm-hmm.
It can do more than heal. The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes. The potential of this fabled blade may well be limitless. Truly the work of a goddess.
A sword that grows ever stronger.
Yes.
The Master Sword.
So, that's how, like, they explain why they were able to get the Master Sword via brain, think, processing. That's how they get to the Master Sword if you didn't grab it in Breath of the Wild, but instead, like, you know, after the events of Breath of the Wild. But really, I'm very much of the opinion that I'm pretty sure we got the sword in the events of Breath of the Wild, and then we just put it back when our job was done for whatever reason. So that was that. This is the events that were at the start of the game. So this is, you know, what we saw at the start. You know, there's Ramu's hand still there. And that there, we didn't know that was Ganondorf. We just recognized that as, like, the source of the calamity and all the gloom shit. And then there's us, losing all of our health.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters...
Zelda, you dumb bitch. It's not Zelda's fault. The hand was gonna drop anyway, and it's probably a good thing that Zelda picked up, like, the secret stone, rather than leaving it for Ganondorf to wake up and be like, oh, would you look at that? Another secret stone, and then becoming, like, you know, probably exponentially more powerful.
Rauru placed his faith in you. And that was all you could do.
How do you know our names?
Because technically, Zelda was there in the past, and Ramu revealed Link. And then this is when Hyrule Castle, you know, gets pushed up into the sky because of all this gloom shit. And then this is where Zelda falls. Someone decided to do fucking simple and clean in this cinematic for a TikTok, and it just brought back so many memories. And I was just like, ah! And because of the secret stone that she has, and the fact that she's, you know, the Sage of Time, technically, because of her descendancy from Sonia, the first princess slash queen of Hyrule. Her time stone, like the stone she has, she goes back in time to a point where, you know, the stone and Ramu existed, and it's like really far back, like prior to those events. Probably because, you know, Ramu with Sonia interpreted that moment there as like probably like his most vulnerable or safest time. In like every event afterwards. So now we're entering into the memories of Zelda. This is what Zelda recalls and shit.
What? Oh, dear.
Where am I?
And she has no clue where she
I didn't mean
is.
to startle you. I'm sorry. It's okay. My name is Sonia.
And could we ask what your name is?
I am the daughter of King Rome of Hyrule, Zelda.
What an unexpected answer. We are the king and queen who founded Hyrule, after all. Or at least we were the last time I checked.
You two founded Hyrule? And you're the
Yep.
My name is Rauru, King Rauru of Hyrule.
King Rauru? And Queen Sonia?
Mm-hmm.
But that must mean...
She has gone back in time. That's what's happened when she used the stone thingy-madiggy, so... And then this is them as they, you know, do their exploration and shit.
As I thought. This is not the world I know.
Mm-hmm.
A time so far back in the past, it's become legend. So it's true. This is really the era of Hyrule's founding?
Your presence here is just as strange to us, Zelda. But if you, like Sonia, have a secret stone and are able to manipulate time, then your story makes sense.
Oh? I believed her right away. You needed the secret stone as proof, Rauru? I can feel your light power within her, as well as my time power. Additionally, I sense that we share a blood connection.
I see. In any case, Zelda, you had said that you needed to return to your era as soon as you possibly could.
Yes. In my time, something terrible is happening. I need to get back there. But how do I do that? I don't even know how I got here in the first place.
Now, Zelda dear, you don't need to solve your problems all at once. Why not come back with us to the castle? Hmm?
No,
We'll tell everyone that you're a distant relative of ours. It is true, after all. We'll get you fresh clothes, too. I'm sure an answer will come to you. Wisdom takes time.
I don't know what to say.
I wonder. Minoru. She may have some idea of how to get you back to your era.
Minoru, you said?
Yep.
Yes. She knows far more than anyone about our people. And like us, my older sister has a secret stone. We'll call on her.
So yeah, and then from there, we, you know, learn about Minoru. You know, the fancy, knows all kinds of things.
It is quite an interesting device. This is definitely not from this era. That said, I believe there may be a way to get the travel functionality working here. I'd like to tinker with it a bit. Would it be okay if I borrow it?
Yes. Whatever you need. I really appreciate your help.
Then I'll hold on to it.
So you really believe my story? That I came from the future?
I never doubted you for a moment.
Minoru, do you know of a way we could help to return Zelda back to her time?
I suspect it was the power of your secret stone that allowed you to travel through time. To put it simply, secret stones amplify the power their owners possess. I am able to separate my spirit from my body. Rauru can repel or destroy evil with his power of light. And Sonia, she can control time. As for you, I can sense both light and time powers.
Cool.
But your secret stone seems to amplify your time power.
Time power.
Ultimately, the secret stone only amplifies your power. It doesn't suddenly grant you mastery and control. That's still up to you. That means, if you don't already know how to get yourself home...
Cookie for Angrel! Welcome to the stream, Angrel.
There are stories about the secret stones and a forbidden act called draconification. To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
An immortal dragon.
Interesting. Another way to reach the future, though not a very quick one. So you think these stories could hint at a solution to our dilemma?
Yes. But there is still more to those tales. To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. That is why it is forbidden. I thought maybe this could lead to a solution, some way to transcend time. But if you have to sacrifice your heart and mind, sacrifice what makes you you. I'm sorry. I wish I could help more.
Back where we started. There's still hope. I think the answer to this problem lies in study and learning more about the nature of your power. I'm sure Sonia would be happy to help you.
Okay.
And there we go. And then the Gerudos do like some sort of thingamadoog. I honestly do not remember this one, so we're gonna have a watch. Ganondorf. With all of his Gerudo, because he's the first male in like thousands of years to be born, which normally means that there's destiny behind it, so he's king of the Gerudo for it.
Hyrule will bow down before me.
God damn. Hitting him with the horn. The fuck is... Oh. Interesting. So even before he was the Demon King, he was able to manipulate them. Interesting.
It's more than we thought. It's a swarm.
There are so many of them. But why would they...
Okay, that's more than light. That's a fucking, like, laser beam. But I guess light means you can just use...
Blast wiped out all the Molduga.
How is that possible?
And there's Ganondorf.
So brute force will not be enough.
Jealous of the fucking power that Hyrule has with the secret stones.
The secret stone of the Zonai.
He now has his plans. And then, invited before the court of Hyrule, Ganondorf kneels before King Rauru and pledges his fealty, while concealing a smile that says otherwise. Still, Zelda is uneasy and tells Rauru that she's certain the chief has treachery on his mind. Rauru assures her that he's been fully aware of it. So we then have this cutscene where, you know, Hyrule is able to do their arrangements of ruling over the Zonai slash Hyruleans, ruling over the Gerudo, ruling over the Goron, ruling over Rito Village, ruling over Zora.
So long to accept your repeated invitations. It is our desire to be accepted into the protective embrace of your kingdom. To serve it faithfully.
A welcome appeal, Ganondorf. I will accept your vow of fealty to the kingdom of Hyrule. I understand that a single male is born to the Gerudo every 100 years. Receiving such an appeal from you, a hero to his people and a king by birth, well, it is truly reassuring.
It is my honor. When your Zonai ancestors first descended upon these lands long, long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. And now you rule as king, and have taken a Hyrulean woman as your wife. Your Majesty has certainly risen above your admirable lineage. Most impressive. It is unfortunate that the noble Zonai no longer grace this world with their presence. All except you and your sister, that is.
Even if something were to happen to me, both my kingdom and the peace it brings, these will endure for generations to come. Your actions today are appreciated, Ganondorf. I look forward to your future endeavors. You may leave.
Your Majesty.
Roru. I believe that man's heart holds many dark ambitions. Just his name, even that.
Oh yeah, he's big.
He's a big,
he's a big tonky boy.
Nature. For that reason, and others, I want him close. It will be easier to keep an eye on him.
Plus the fact that the Gerudo are very strong warriors.
Nothing to worry about.
Okay.
It's not worthwhile upsetting them because here's the thing. They might not be able to get to Hyrule, but they're able to get to the Ritos, who are probably good archers, but you know, air superiority can only take you so far in regards to actually, you know, holding, you know, areas and shit. And now we have this. I didn't know there was Gerudo males. The Gerudo male is a legend among the Gerudos. It's only like once every 100 or once every 1,000 years that a Gerudo born is male. And it's normally a sign of destiny and providence that if there is to be a Gerudo male, they are going to lead the Gerudo. So the point of Ganondorf being a Gerudo is always seen as like he was always going to do something. It's normal. It's never like given a sign of like, oh, great evil or great good in the Gerudo lore. It's always just been a case of if there is a male, it's a big deal. It's not ignored and such because it only happens once every 100 or once every 1,000. I don't know which one of the two timelines, but it's a very long time between Gerudo males being born and there's only ever one of them. So Ganondorf being one is normally like one of the many hallmarks as to why he is seen as a great big threat, because the Gerudo normally, especially at the time of his birth, are going to be devout followers of him because of the fact that in their legend and in their providence, the Gerudo male leads them to great things. Whether it's great evil or great good is always something to be seen through the events. All right, next one is when we have Zelda and Sonia just having their fun little moment. We're just going to be running through all this stuff.
Are you well? You seem a bit distracted.
I apologize. I keep getting lost in my thoughts, thinking about how I can return home. With your power over time, if I were able to learn that kind of control...
You'll be back, Nick? Not to worry, not to worry.
I see. The secret is to think of it like drawing out the object's memory. You ask the object where it was, how it arrived where it is now, and then you coax it back to that original moment in time.
The object's memory.
I'm sure it will become almost like second nature, and you will be able to find your way home. But Zelda, there is more on your mind than just that.
Huh?
You, of course, do want to get back to your time. But you also desperately want to help us out in this era. Am I close to the truth?
How did you know?
She just knows these things.
I do not believe it is possible to keep anything secret from Sonia.
Oh, your concern is very sweet, Zelda. But listen, you can focus your attention on returning home. After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil. Both of these powers will help you protect your own era.
Queen Sonia!
And of course, you must make it home safe to put Link's mind at ease.
Link? That is not a name I have heard.
He is a royal knight. He had been originally appointed for my protection. But later, he became a hero by saving both me and Hyrule from a great evil.
Oh, a hero is he?
He is so very dedicated, and he refuses to back down from any challenge. He is very strong. and his heart is good and true.
Ah, I can see that you have absolute faith in him. Hearing you speak so highly of Link, I find myself wanting to meet him as well.
Indeed. I would also like to meet him. He must be quite the brave, courageous knight. What a picture Zelda paints of him.
And there we go.
All right, Zelda. We are alone as you requested. What was it you wanted to discuss with me in private?
The beginning of betrayal.
Far too trusting.
Oh my. I'm surprised to hear you say such a thing. That is quite out of character for the Zelda I know. But then you are a puppet of Ganondorf.
Did you really think we hadn't realized your deceit?
What I don't get is the Gerudos don't normally do stealth shit. The Gerudos are not the peeps involved in like being able to like, you know, disappear and appear in somewhere else. That's normally done by the banana fans. I forgot the name of the banana fans. They're like assassins and shit. And they don't like the Hyruleans. But that came like long after. And then here's this, there's that dude's laugh. That's the screen capture that everyone's just sort of like, ah, he's doing the funny wide grin. That's not something you can normally do. Alrighty. Birth of the Demon King. And it's from there that, you know, with the Secret Stone, he then turns it into his, you know, he used it as his own. So he was able to get this timeline's time stone. Or, you know, the secret stone that is associated with the powers of time, I should say.
Finally. Finally, it is mine!
Thump, thump. Thump, thump. It's through this that he gains all this power, all this, like, fun hair and accessories to become the Demon King. Dun, dun. the monstrosities we have to deal with right here.
Sonya! You are too late, Rauru. You took for granted the godlike power you had in your hands. Do you now see the potential you squandered? As for her, she is merely the first victim of your arrogance. You tried to control me, Rauru, and you will die knowing that you failed. Cannonball!
Queen Sonia needs you!
Yes, no, Rauru was a king. Him and his wife Sonya are the first king and queen of Hyrule. Zelda is a descendant of that royal family. Or at least we think so, but, you know, we don't know if Sonya has a kid. Or if, but, yeah. Weird shit, considering this is kind of, like, unless we have seen Sonya's child, we have just witnessed the fact that the royalty of Hyrule is not based on, you know, Rauru and Sonya. So, all that has been a lie. And then we have the Demon King's army, where basically it's him making his army of thingamadoogs.
Eliminate this kingdom and her allies. Leave no survivors.
And then from there, we get, you know, each of the sages from, like, the different areas.
King Rauru, we just received word that the last free village in the Gerudo Desert has fallen. At this rate, the Demon King's army will overwhelm us.
I understand. Our only hope is for me to defeat the Demon King.
Rauru, the Demon King. He is not someone you can stop by yourself. But you are not alone. You have the Gerudo, Goron, Zora, and Rito leaders as well as Zelda.
There we go.
And of course, you can count on me.
There's something I'd like to show you all.
Sacred stones.
Sacred stones.
Stand with me. I need all your aid.
But yeah, I don't think Zelda herself is the daughter of Sonia, by the by, so...
We all, gathered here, swear on our lives to serve Rauru, the King of Light.
There we go. And then, let's have a look. Pop.
Sonia. Oh, Zelda.
King Rauru, before you face the Demon King tomorrow, there is something I must tell you.
She is from the future.
I came to this era after finding a man underground.
You were expecting Rauru to double-cross us? Nah, not happening.
When I witnessed what the Secret Stone did to Ganondorf, at that moment, I knew for sure what we found underground, that was him. He was still alive, still powerful. He continues to live on, all the way until my time. In tomorrow's battle, we won't be able to defeat him. No matter how strong we think we are, he'll survive. And you will.
Maybe so. But it is my duty to try. It was my hubris that set us on this path. I must atone for my error in judgment. And above all else, I remain the King of Hyrule. As with any leader, it is my duty to safeguard and protect my people, even if I must risk my life.
Rauru.
And if it proves impossible for us to defeat Ganondorf, we rely on your knight, and that legendary sword he carries. Our last line of defense will be Link.
Oh, joy. No pressure.
That was a future where you never appeared in this world. And you are here now. Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
No, I think the timeline that we're having right now is everything that we have observed will happen. So the fact that there's only an arm remaining will happen. The fact that, you know, Ganondorf is sealed instead of destroyed is going to be the case. I think the difference is, however, is that there can be events being done here that will take effect after Zelda's observance of Ganondorf and his unsealing and shit like that. So yeah, so that's so you've already seen the imprisoning war thingy-majiggy cinematic earlier, and now we have a master sword in time. We have another memory.
We managed to restrain him somehow. But Link, I am not sure you'll be able to stop him.
Sorry about that. I was checking in on a streamer. And it's at this point here that we gave away our Master Sword back to Zelda, who now has a broken Master Sword.
The Master Sword.
And there it is. A broken Master Sword that is missing, you know, 2/3 of its blade.
How is the Master Sword? You're telling me that Link is safe? You traveled through time to find me and recover your strength.
Zelda, I believe there is a reason you were sent to us. It has to mean something.
Dun, 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 dun. And I think she comes to this conclusion of, you know, my opinions of the timeline.
It's something only I can do. We will finally stop him.
To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself.
I'll be forever changed.
Spoilers.
Link! You must find me.
Thank you for the head pets, by the by. All right, and then we got critical decision here where, you know, she's explaining, you know, her idea and that, you know, this sword came from the future, just like Zelda. And actually, you don't need to see this cinematic. You already saw this cinematic, like, minutes ago. Cookie for Nick. So yeah, here we go. Now we get into, like, the actual, like, memory that's like, oh my goodness, this, like, revelations moment.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed in sacred power. The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes.
After all, you possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil.
To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Why am I getting advertisement from KFC in a text message? Like, how did they get my number?
Link, I will restore the Master Sword for you. I will care for it until the time comes. I will pour my sacred power into it. It will be the weapon that defeats the Demon King.
Here we go. I was really hoping that this would have been like a really cool sort of transformation sequence. Like you would see like, you know, portions getting changed or like some weird interesting tweening going from like one body to another. I was expecting, I had high hopes to this cinematic. Here it comes, chat. This is what we get. A giant-ass fucking explosion, a huge like eminence coming from the mesh itself, and then the dragon right at the get-go. And then it's, you know, through her tears that this is how we've been getting all the memories. Hi, Hendrix. You did that at a fun time. She's like Shenron. No, Shenron is a wish dragon. She's a light dragon. And so she goes up into the sky, like, higher than, you know, we would have ever attempted to go in order to, like, you know, just exist for eternity. Restoring the power of the Master Sword. You discovered a Hrothgar Vor mod? Of course you did. Of course you did, Hendrix. And then it's from this, we get onto the Light Dragon, we get the Master Sword, and we pull it, and in our attempts of pulling it out of her head, we get this cutscene.
The Master Sword. Your sword. She is the key to destroying the Demon King.
Mm-hmm.
He defeated her before, but a long slumber will heal these grievous wounds. And when you two next face the Demon King, you will have my strength to help you through her. Link, you are our final hope. I pray this sword reaches you in the future.
You'll share it with me over Twitter? That's okay. So yeah, so that's all our cutscenes there in order to continue on with this shit. And we have all these different, like, side quests here as well. Oh yeah, I need to also figure that out.
Yes. Aha. Well then.
So yeah, so this is where we, let's see, is there, all right, so there is a shrine there. What's this guy? I need more materials. I have been tasked by Minoru with gathering materials from the depths. This was meant to aid in her research. My progress was interrupted when the servants of Occupy the Spirit... This is... Excellent. We now have an ancient blade. These are really cool. These insta-kill things. With excavating in the... Once was Zonite, I would ask for you to spare. Would be provided. I can offer you 1 ancient blade for every 50 pieces of Zonite you supply. I do not need ancient blade stuff. I can probably give him 1 more, but I'm interested in smithing, created to unlock hidden potential Zonite. I was made with a unique ability to temper for weapons and equipment. Was driven into hiding when a minion occupied the thingamadoogie. You are a special case. Exchange my special weapons and equipment with you. I'll be up to providing you... Okay, so this is where I can get the mighty stuff. Nice. That way I can get, like, stronger sort of weapons. Alright, let me give you... Let's see. Thank you for the meal. Please take this in return. There we go. So that's being completed. So yeah, and that's the... So that's the temple there. So we'll be able to, like, easily come in and out of this place. I say easily come in and out of this place, but probably not. Oh, that's why, because it's down in a hole. Oh, ring finger, or middle finger, tell me what you... Yay! They granted me the power to summon her construct. Cool.
FurryCures1221 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Alrighty then. Dun dun dun. Alright. 20 squats. Here we go. Big stretch! Big stretch! Here we go.
Quote 306. I try not to fart on squats.
Furry Cures, it's not funny anymore. One, 2, 3, 4,
Sipping
5,
Time sponsored by
6,
Covalet.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats, Furry Cures. Alright, sippy time. Sippy time. Thank you for the sippy time. Okay, so... Okay, I'm gonna need a better view of this place. Alright, let's see. Right. We've got some climbing to do, chat. So many squats? Yeah. Back when I used to do them like once every 5 minutes, I would very easily get over 100 squats. But I found that trying to do squats, but also play video games, was a little bit distracting, and it didn't really, like, doing them in like 5-minute intervals. I was normally getting them done in like the first hour of stream, which is when people start coming into the stream and they're like, oh, what's this about? Being able to hold rants or conversations, but also doing squats is really hard. It's not easily done. Okay, so this is where we are. And...
yeah.
Alright, so we need to go further up. So yeah, so I decided to move the squats. I made them cost more, was the first thing, but then I've also gone and made them so that they're like a 30-minute interval thing. So they're not, you know, that big of an exercise back compared to what they were previously. But considering I didn't want to, there we go. Considering I didn't want to, you know, sort of do these squats and not be able to play the video games or rant with chat when they first come into the stream, I didn't want to, like, between the two options of committing to the exercise or committing to a stream being a stream, I went with the stream option. Maybe if I was doing, like, I don't know, like the Nintendo Switch Fitness or one of those, or, you know, maybe it's an actual gym IRL stream, you're not going to see me do an IRL stream, I'm sorry to say, not unless I have, like, a full fursuit on. Okay, so there's no real means of me being able to get up here. It's because of this thing, isn't it? I need to find a way to be able to traverse that. And I can't really do that unless... So that's all... How did I... Interesting. Okay. I see what they were doing with the landscape. Alright. Here we go, chat. This is how we do it. Also, what is this yellow marker for? Oh, I see. It's for that. Mm-hmm. Have I taken a picture? Yes, I have. Okay.
Quote 317. Hi Bone, how is your 68 kilograms ass?
Hi Bone. How is your 60 kilogram sized ass? Alright, here we go.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. There we go. Did it. Your brain feels dead? That's okay. You can just watch this stream and just, you know, be a little brain dead. It's alright. No big things. No big thoughts here. Just, you know, do your thing. Alrighty. Sit there and lurk if you want. Alrighty. So, yeah. One of the things I also want to do is maybe try and get the Twilight armor. So many things I want to do. Actually, one of the things I want to try out is what's called a silent raid. Because Kusaki is going to be going into like a special event or something like that. But I also don't want to just stop playing this game. So I'm thinking of doing that kind of a raid. Oh, hang on. Alright, so... Where is this thing? There we go. Not good, not good, not good. There we go. Burn. He might be doing a DJ stream for all I know. I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, so I'm thinking of, because I know, what's Mahoozy? Dink. Alright. Nope, wrong button. But yeah, Kusaki's doing an event. I know Scribbly Noodle did this one time with a different streamer, but what they did is that they raided into it and then very quickly just started their stream again after they raided. So they just ended the stream and then they started it again. I'm thinking of doing that with mine because, you know, A, support Kusaki, but then B, you know, I go in and start doing more Legend of Zelda stuff because, you know, who knows? Maybe I just need to head to Hyrule Castle. I'll get my big fight or what have you, and that will be the end of the game. And I won't have to pick up this game for, you know, evers. All right, hang on. I need to get into you so I can see where I'm going. And I can walk past all this fucking gloom. There we go. Just keep walking. They can't see me in the dark. Although I can't see the route I'm looking for in the dark either, which is a bit of a problem. Should be somewhere around here. It should be nearly right. Oh, there it is. Right there. Alright, now the real question. Can I... actually, no. Let's not experiment with that. There we go. Ujuog. Pew pew, indeed. Alright, opens up that area. There we go. Lightroot dispelled the darkness and brightened the surrounding area. Excellent. Huh. According to this map, I could have crossed from here to get to there. Interesting. So we got a mine pit there. Oh yeah, there's a there's that place there that we need to go check out. You don't have a rocket, so you're not going to help me out in getting up to that place. Jump, 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 and there we go. Easy. Boom. Nice! Alright, so we're one thing away from the sky thingamadiggy. And we've got an entirely different shrine we can head to as well. Alright, so now I need to find a sharp rock. Or you guys just deal with it as I make my fun little vehicle. There we go. Alright, pull up. We're gonna need to make some height. Alright, slowly but surely. And there we go. Yeah, it's fine that it's upside down. And this should reveal the area a little bit more. Oh, it does a really good job of revealing the area a little bit more. Alright, so outfit-wise, we now have, let's see, so we have the hero aspects, cap, tunic of the wind. Oh, we have all the pieces for the wind. So oh, but the wind's not the good-looking one. Cap of sky. Okay, so we're looking for the something or rather of the sky then. Give me a second. Where is it? All right, so we already got a hero. We already got the sky. We've already got time. So, in order to get the rest of the sky... Alright, no, actually, we need to find the rest of the sky gear. So, in order to... And then there's also the twilight gear, which we could go for. Alright, so... We need the tunic of the sky, which can be found... over... south of the abandoned Elden mine. So they predict... So there's the abandoned Elrond mine. Somewhere around here. Which I cannot see. I have no, like... Oh, okay, so what we should do is we should instead go for that. Delete that pin. And then we go down that hole. Alright, I know what we're doing. We're going to go out. We're going to go back down. And we're going to use, like, the height to help us, you know, get to that traversal thing. Should be good. Should be easy to do. What was, before Breath of the Wild, what was the other, Alright, All right, so we need to go north to this chasm. Before Breath of the Wild, what was the newest Legend of Zelda game? Like, not a remake or anything like that, but like brand new sort of series. Was it Skyward Sword? Meow. I need to take a picture of that for a mission. I also need to find an axe piece. I need to find a piece of stone that looks like an axe piece. Meow. Making my way up a mountain, trying to find a hole so I can get to a route. Da 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 dun da dun da da dun da da dun da dun. We're a bit of a distance away, and it's a long trek, but that's okay. Da 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 dun da dun 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 da da dun da dun. All right, so chasm should be just up ahead. There it is. All right. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh, this is a very high mountain. Alrighty, so... 8, there it is. Right as we predicted it. Let's just avoid all the trees for now, please. Oh, okay. Let's keep running. Dun dun. I'm really glad it doesn't rain in the depths or anything like that. If it rained, I feel like that would be really bullshit as I, like, you know, deal with cliffs and such. Especially in the dark. Imagine that was probably in their brain, actually, if I'm being so real. They probably did think it would be a funny idea to make it so that you would just deal with the fucking rains. Alright, so we're trying to find the tunic, which is somewhere around here. I bet you it's there. That's the approximate location. Meow. Da-dun! Tunic of the Sky. That's what we needed. We're doing a fairly good job of exploring all this shit. At the entrance to the labyrinth in the eastern Gerudo, there's a tablet engraved with the word of prophecy. It says, whoever wakes the dragon ring deep in the maze will be rewarded. When you reach the deepest part of the labyrinth, the voice told you the sky north of the labyrinth. Oh, okay, so. Alright. So there it is there. And this needs me to go up into the sky. Should be easy enough. What's the worst that can happen? Alright, so we're here. This thing has already been done. And now this thingy-majiggy is open. Alright, so that's too high. Ding. And we need to try and make our way up there. And it's really fucking hot. Alright. Alright, let's give this shield a try. Oh, never mind. I've already gotten to that shrine, so we can just teleport up there ourselves as such. Nice. Less dicking around. To you who set foot in my labyrinth of the sky, I offer you a test of wisdom. 4 terminals are hidden in this maze. Activate them all. Now, the good news is that because we're this high up and we're in this giant floating structure, and you can see with the little blue dots, gravity is not a problem right now, which is really handy. It's real fine, dandy, handy. So now, I'm going to put on the glide. Actually, let's put on the rock climbing outfit, you know, just in case. Alrighty. So, updraft blows us up. Alrighty. So, we got this center thingy-majiggy here, and we got all those down there. Alright. Oop. This is just going to be a fun time of, like, shooting up and shooting down. But we can't go too far down, otherwise, you know, we'll just, you know, fall under the maze. And we'll have to go through this traversal all over again. So. Over. And under. Over. There we go. Terminal number 1 done. I went through that in a bit of a roundabouty way, but hear me out, it's gonna be a-okay. Actually, color me curious. So that is a thing, but they probably don't want me doing that all the time. Where are you? There you are. Nope. Ding. Did it. Alrighty. So. This didn't work last time, but I reckon it'll work this time. I reckon we'll be able to actually, like, do the jumps we want to do. So, because we need to go this way. There we go. Ascent, activate the thingy, and then we just need to go across to the fourth one, and that should do it for us. I am so smart. SMRT. I forgot I'm not wearing the glide suit, so as I'm just going down and I hit the bottom, because I'm not wearing the glide suit, I do take damage. Just a real fucking smack. Alrighty. First and foremost, let's eat. Alright, will this let me go all the way up? Oh, it does! Okay, well that's good to know. Alright, let me go and get this chest here. Alright, what's in this chest? Bump. Nice. Big batteries are pretty cool. It's a shame we can't make more of them. All right, this time around, we'll go with the glide suit. Yonk. There we go. Alrighty. Bing. You who have traversed this maze, mark well my words. I have pulled apart the bars in the labyrinth of the land that obscured your path below ground. Excuse me. From high above to far below, prove your courage by diving into the depths of the earth. The final way shall open to you. There we go. Alrighty then. Sprinting. Oh wait, no, we don't need a sprint. We can just jump down from here. Alrighty. I don't know how they expect us to be able to just, you know, rocket or jump our way. He got it in his crotch. Now it's in his back. There we go. Alright, we need this guy. You'll do. There we go. Da-dun! That was easy. Alright. We get Zonai charges up the wazoo. We get crystallized thingy-madiggies. And we'll put... Alright, so that thing's about to break. We're gonna put... There we go. So plus 32 damage. And there's the thingy. I was wondering where it was. Doom. Big stretch. You who have traversed this labyrinth of the depths. This trial was a test of your talents. In overcoming it, you have shown yourself to be strong of body, skilled, and mind. In my name as the ruler of Bor, I command your achievement and offer a fitting reward. Armor wreathed in otherworldly evil, hidden away since days of old. Take it now. There we go. Alrighty then. We have now... Technically, I've already completed 2 of these things, so this is my 3rd and final labyrinth to finish, giving us... the Evil Spirit Mask! Some believe this eerie mask is inspired by a malevolent entity. It is a rather rare find. We now have this spooky kabuki. Disguise bone weapon proficiency. Nice. Apparently this, like, improves bone weapon proficiency and all that kind of shit. And this is, you know, where the thingamadoog is. Alright. So, and then another one down there. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Look at us being extra spoopy. And we got a cape as well, of all fucking things. They really had us looking all fancy. Alrighty, so... supposedly in that direction, there will be a route we can, Actually, you know what? Once again, let's just make our fucking... let's just make our cool bike. This makes it easy to traverse around the place. And we can probably use this bike in the overworld as well to find our way to and from places, so it's not actually that bad of an idea. Alright, route is down there. Like a glove. Like a glove? Boom. Light route dispelled and revealing the surrounding area. That's good. Getting all our hearts back because of using the gloom tall weapons. Weirdly enough, the only weapon that doesn't give us a gloom toll is the what's-a-mahoozy, the like the Demon King's bow. For some reason, the bow does not give us gloom toll when we fire with it. Instead, it gives us, you know, it increases the damage based off the amount of hearts we have, which is interesting. All right, so this is where I go next. That's an interesting hole. And then... Alright, so keep an eye out for another route. Probably a very high elevation going by what's in front of us right now. It is a very cool outfit. I don't know if we can upgrade the outfit so that it's actually, like, you know, a really cool wearable thing. It might only be, like, you know, 4 points of armor for each of these things, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Also, I can't see a fucking thing. Up, there's the light route. I see it now. Alright, we should be able to make it on our current tank of battery. Zoom. The light route dispelled the darkness. Excellent. Looking extra spoopy. Yeah, I've not explored that. Or that. Well, that's something for another time. Hi there, Kusaki. Did you know the light routes are the same where the... You know, Kusaki? You're a goddamn genius. You're absolutely right. And I did know, because that's how I was able... Because here's the thing, is I went to this labyrinth here. Hang on, zoom out. I went to this labyrinth here, and I was like, oh, and I need to go to this thing? So I just went down one and then hit my marker on it. It blew your fucking mind? Was it... Here's the thing. Did you naturally come to that conclusion? Because that one got spoilt for me, unfortunately. That one got spoilt for me because they were like, oh, if you look at the light routes and you look at, you know, the above shrines, they have their name backwards, which indicates that they're, you know, they're linked in a way. Anywhere you have a shrine, you have the what's-a-mahoozy, the light routes. And I was just like, oh, that's awesome. I wish I could have organically learned that. You didn't know... What do you mean you... Didn't you... Oh my... You found it out by light hopping, but you didn't notice, like, going to... because here's the thing, is, like, that's your first thingy-madoogie. Jioshin Shrine. Nisoij. I can't say those words. I don't know how to say it very well, but... Now, you notice now? Oh, it feels great being smarter than Kusaki. Am I smarter than an average puma? Yes, I am. Yes. It's so fucking cool. I need to play a puzzle game at some point in the future so I can, like, do my thingy. Also, I need to do... Hang on a second. Clip shout out of Kusaki because I'm pretty sure... Aren't you supposed to be streaming in the next, like, 5 minutes or so? Flush!
Did you know that...
Did I know what? You just never finished that sentence? What? Oh my god. You're just like, did you know? Oh, here's a fun thing. Did you know everyone is being... Hang on. Let me scroll up to the point that everyone actually cares about. No, not Zelda. Where are they? Where? Everyone has been thirsting for this fucking goat man. This twink with, like, the slutty hip dress. Everyone's been, you know, absolutely, you know, ravishing this goat man. And they're like, oh, he's so strong. He can be a himbo. And it's like, what about him? Look at this guy. He's old. Like, look at this himbo. He's fucking amazing. And everyone's just like, oh, but he's not a furry. And I'm like, you can just make him a furry. Like, it's probably easier doing a persona of someone than doing like a himbo version. Because here's the thing: is if you do a himbo version of this guy, you might not be able to retain some of the the looks in his attire that he's able to do and what have you. Meanwhile, this dude, you can just turn him into a golden retriever or a bear or a bull. Like, look at him. Taruo. Like, you could easily make him a Tauren and it would be totally in line with his character. And everyone's just sort of like, nah, that's too much effort. I just want to make a goat daddy buff. And I'm just sort of like, ah. I can't say what I'm playing in an hour, but all I'll say is you haven't seen this on Twitch before. You're in a maid outfit, aren't you? Wait, no, we've already seen that on Twitch. Hold on. It's a special event. Okay. God, you got me curious. Fuck. I love how my first guess is you're in a maid outfit, and then I really quickly correct myself of, no, we've seen that as both a VTuber and IRL, I'm fairly sure. Meanwhile, this guy is still around. The Deku tree is old. Minoru... Okay, so she's the brother. And then Master Koga, he's still alive. But yeah, oh my god. The strong muscular ladies are still a thing in Gerudo. And then, you know, we have these guys. Dorfin. Everyone got so upset with Sidon. This man here. This man with his charismatic smile. And everyone got so salty because in the time that Link was gone, he went and got himself a wife. I miss her too. I miss Urabosa. She had the right mix of like just strong and sexy. I don't know why they did this to us. Like, you know, Riju, she's hot, but she's not like at the sexy levels that Urbosa was at, and you know, I don't know her age, and I'm a bit worried. Meanwhile, Buliara, she just doesn't have the same sex... Like, she's strong, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. Like, the sex appeal ain't there. Meanwhile, Sidon is just, like, fucking covered in drip, so all the dudes are just sort of... All the ladies and all the dudes are just sort of like, yes! Everyone's just fucking celebrating over Sidon. Teba is still a dick. Tulin is just, you know, he's just your little kid on the bus. Paya, cool. Impa, whatever. Josa. Oh! Fucking Pura. Like, they just... Fuck! They just did a huge mom. Oh, we have a Cass. Hang on a second. Let me find him. Where is he? Fuck, he's not here. Okay, hang on. Map. Ask and ye shall receive. give me a minute, chat. Give me a minute. I'm gonna demonstrate. Everyone's just like, oh, I miss Cass. I miss the hunky bird with the accordion. He was like, you know, if Weird Al Yankovic was sexy. I am going to, you know, present to you, like, we don't have Cass, but we have another bird. And I'm gonna be real with you. This bird is just fucking great, okay? You have like a side mission with him as well. All right, hang on. Is it gonna be extra cold? No, it's not. Awesome. Ding, dong, gust. All right, stop looking so threatening and let's just put on the... Actually, question. What looks cooler? The sky... Hang on a second. Chat's in the way. What looks cooler? The sky attire? The wind? Time? Or the hero? I'm very much partial to Sky right now, but I might want to go find the Twilight set, but I don't want to, you know, I don't want to, like, spend a lot of time, you know, dicking around and shit like that when I feel like I might be close. Time or the Fierce Deity? I only have, like, the pants of the Fierce Deity. Like, I would need to find the other pieces of the Fierce Deity in order to complete it. Don't. Plus, I'm not a huge fan of, like, the glowy eyes thing. Alright, where is Cass? Or, not Cass, the other guy. He said, I've got to get to training and improve myself. It's the only way to stay ahead. He said he was going to head to a place... Wasas. It's at the edge of the Hyrule Ridge off to the south, though you don't remember exactly where. He's also said something about a famous bard, and that's the only way to improve himself. Alright. So, he said somewhere... So, around the Hyrule Ridge. So, someone's... Alright. Okay, so he's somewhere around here. Alright, alright, we're gonna use... Let's see, what's the best... Alright, we're gonna use that little thingy-majiggy... Pelican? Yes, he's a pelican. You got the mask and it's all it's wearing? I saw your stream where you're, like... You went paid... Like, I joked about this, so don't take this too bad. You just paid to win. You just, like, got all the different, like, near-field communication cards and we're just, like, slapping them on. Just being like, yes, let me just have more meat. Meat. Arrows. Weapons. Outfit. And I am freezing to death. Whereas I have... Granted, this took a lot of offline grind to do, but... wait, no, wrong attire. Nope. Fuck it. Just... where's my cold resistance? Nope, it's not here. Okay, so I will need to wear the, Alrighty, alright, I need to get out the, that hole there. Alrighty, which one am I going? Oh, okay, I'm going for the blue one. I'm going this way. Grant goes to the hole. Look, I will admit, if I had the monies, I would most likely go into, like, Genshin Impact or Fate Go or Honkai Star Rail. I would want to do gacha pulls. Actually, having said that, I'm fairly certain I am going to buy, like, the Lord of the Rings set and what have you that Magic the Gathering is doing. I'm probably going to buy a really big set of that, and I am going to probably go on stream and just rip those packs open and be like, all right, what do I get? Because I'm a fan of Magic the Gathering, and I'm also a fan of Lord of the Rings, so that might be happening. The expensive it's not cardboard, thank you very much. It is this weird what's-a-mahoozy. It's this multiple layers of paper and film and a protective plastic. All right, so somewhere around here is our boy. Also, I should probably swap to the because I've done this before. And I nearly died, so I'm gonna do it this time like this. Ooh, is there a... Shooting star! Alright, here we go. We're gonna... there we go! Oh! Where did it go? I lost the shooting star. Fuck. Oh, that's the gloom shit. Hi, Benny.
Ah. Oh. Mm.
There we go. You collected it. Oh, I did grab it mid-fall. Okay. All right, I need to find... So there's somewhere around here, then. Probably not, like, super far away. Oh, hello. Chest. Kick. Oh, these things are fucking cool. The ancient blades. Alrighty. So, where would they... Where are they? Where are the birds? I need to find the birds. Voomp. Bird eggs. Such a useful power. There they are! Okay, alrighty. Chat. Chat. Okay, we don't have Cass, but... Look at this man. It's Pen! He's a pelican! And he has this, like, fun little thing where you talk with him and such, and, he'll say goodbye to you, but he does it in, like, such a fun way where he's just sort of like... soar long, and then just flies away. It's great. I thought there'd be at least some clue, but there's nothing. Oh, hey, partner. I didn't think I'd be running into you here. Did you know how well the articles investigating the rumors of Princess Zelda did? Apparently, folks really enjoyed them. To think we were able to reveal the truth behind those stories. We make a great team. Right. Well, maybe it's not my place to say, but I think we made a great team. Our first time working together, too. Cookie for Jason. Here's your cookie. That's the right way to look at it anyway. But I'll also say, on any given story, whoever did the earliest talking with sources probably gets the most credit for wrapping it up. So, which of us was the most helpful out there? It was thanks to you. You think so too, partner? My zeal for the truth behind a story is what got us to the answers, that's for sure. Ah, who am I kidding? We both know that you were the one who did most of the heavy lifting, partner. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten all the facts for our stories. Hard to look at myself in the mirror realizing that. It'd be good for me to relax in this place. A famous bard perfected his craft here, studying the songs of this land. Besides, our editor, Tracy, she told me to take some time off. I'll stay right here and look around the land, just like that bard. I'll get in touch with my reporting instincts. Then you'll bet I'll get my talons on a huge scoop that will knock you flat on your tail feathers, partner. You just wait. And then he's got, like, he's got some fun little birds there.
Jason036 thinks you should do 20 squats.
Sipping time sponsored by Hendrix.
Alright, am I doing sipping or am I doing squats first? I'm gonna do squats first and then I'll do sippies. Alright, here we go. Big stretch! Big stretch for the big boy! Alright, here we go. So yeah. So that's Pen. He's a fun bird. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Thank you for the 20 squats. I greatly appreciate it. Here we go. All right. And time for sippies.
Quote 400. As you can see, I am not wearing panties.
Ah, god damn it. Alrighty. So I need to get to there. And this is probably my closest means. Alright. Time to make the cool motorcycle. Ow! Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make the cool motorcycle. And then with that, we'll make a forward propulsion. Who stole your panties? No, So if someone forces me into the maid outfit, there was a little bit of an oversight in the creation of my maid outfit, which is that the entire thing is like one thing, so I can't take my shirt. So there's no, going topless in the maid outfit. And then the second problem is that there's no underwear. Like, there isn't any underwear for when I'm in this attire either, because I'm wearing pants, but there's no way for taking the pants off. You can only take off the shirt, but basically what happened is someone, subscribed to me, and because of that, I got instantly yeeted, and people saw up my skirt. It was very embarrassing. So, but people don't subscribe to me often enough to make it worthwhile. So, sometimes I don't know how they do it. I have seen some channels where it's just like people are a little bit insane and grabbing all sorts of, what's-a-mahoozy, it was an anvil. Oh, it was an anvil that got me. Okay. Alright, put all these in. And... Alright, we got all this shit. Let me move and let me pick all this stuff up because there isn't enough room for everything. Oh yeah, it was furry cures that did it. God damn it. Alright, well at least I got a lot more cannons than last time, so... Alrighty. Now let's make our motorcycle. So... First thing we'll need is... 4 fans. I'm gonna bring out 2 rockets, the thingy and the light. And then... Nope, that's not what I wanted it to do. Alright, rocket number 1. And rocket number 2. This is gonna give us... This is gonna allow us to get to that thing there. Nope, not the slow zoom, not into my face. Can you hold the button to collect? No, I think it's a rapid press. We're trying to get to that shrine there. So then that way we're able to, complete more of the translation nonsense. Hopefully I have enough battery to get there. I honestly wish there was a way for me to be able to overcharge the fans. Because I can, alter their direction and shit, but if I push forward, as you can see, it just makes me go down. And the only way I can avoid that is by changing the orientation of the fans. You discovered a neat thing if your battery runs out. Is it the fact that you just... Ooh, I'm actually a lot closer than I thought I was. Hang on a second. Alrighty, and then... Dink. Alright, is this thing gonna fall, is the question. The last thing because the last time I stepped on one of these things, it decided to just fall down. Yes it did. Okay. That's not great. Jesus Christ, it's going real far down. Yeah, I'll see if I can reverse time on this thing. I don't think I can, however. I think I tried that last time and it didn't work. Yeah, it's not letting me reverse it. It puts me here at these ruins. Okay. Nope, nothing here. We got a big battery, but that's not... Message in a bottle. To whoever finds this letter, you gotta help me out. I was out fishing when I got caught in a storm and I had to run into a nearby cave to take shelter. Just when I started to dry off, this big rock came down and trapped me in here. I've managed to get some bright bloom seeds through a gap and into the water as a sort of marker. If I'm lucky, the seeds will blossom and the tide will take this letter to the flowers to shore. If you're reading this, it must have worked, so whoever you are, I got a favor to ask. Could you follow the trail of bright bloom back to this cave and get me out of here? It will be a real help. Okay, small problem. Ooh, hang on. Oh, there's my bike. That's helpful. Okay, those markers are going to be annoying. Alrighty. It's probably over there on that island. Alright, here we go. Just once, I would like to be able to have, like, a... you know, a nice takeoff. Well, the good news is these things have bloomed. And it looks like there's a current. Interesting. Yep, there's a current. Have I tried stacking the flan? Like, one on top of the... You know, I haven't tried that. I'll give it a try on the next one, maybe. Next time I construct this thing, I'll put, like, an additional fan on, like, the front. Where is this thing going? Alright, let me just make some elevation upwards. Oh, low battery. Hi there, Big Dobe. Welcome to the stream. Got started, like, you know, 4 hours ago or so. It was a little bit of a rush, but I got it done in time. And we are now traversing... Oop, Jesus. There we go. And then... grab you. Alright, now he said he was under a rock. It's not this rock, but that's okay. Rubies, that's nice. And let's have a look. Okay, so I've already taken a picture of that, already taken a picture of that, already taken a picture of that, already taken a picture of that. Okay, so I've already taken a picture of all those different deposits, so why is it that one of the treasures I'm missing is not that? Hi there. Whoa! Who are you? You know what? I don't care. If you're here, then I'm saved. Oh, I've been stuck here for ages. Did you find the message in the bottle? Yep. Thank you for the rubies. Alright, you're out of here. If our paths ever cross us again, you should buy me some fish, and this time pay the... Thank you. Pop a big battery on the top of the fan? I'm not a fan of batteries, because, like, they're, you know, one-time use kind of nonsense, but hang on. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. But yeah, let me try the fan on top of another fan. Let's give that a try. Let's see how that does with, like, forward momentum. Alright, throw you aside. Drop a fan out. And then... there we go. Alright, hopefully we get out of this. One Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
Jai,
yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. Alright, and then... that's not what I wanted, but hey! I want you. Booble gem! It's a strange gem. Alright. Probably still a number of crystals away before he'll actually give me anything worthwhile. Alrighty. Alright, let's see how it goes like this. Oh, it goes upwards a little bit more this time. That's interesting. Interesting. It uses a lot of my battery, however. Ooh, Shrine of Light somewhere?
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Alright, so there's a Shrine of Light somewhere. Nearby below. Oh, okay, so it's below.
Quote 305. If I had infinite money, I would buy a lot more shoot.
Yes. If I had infinite money, I would have gone to the US a lot more. I would commission a lot more artists, mixture of safe for work and not safe for work shit. And probably for some reason go into housing, but then forcibly make the market go down in value by having it be like really cheap fucking housing and never reveal how the fuck I'm able to, you know, continue paying rates and shit when everyone pays like, you know, shit little amounts of rent, and I'll just sort of be like, oh, you know, the capitalist market benefits from, you know, being able to have small competitive pricing or an entirely new way of providing their wares. And since housing doesn't really have any new ways of, you know, being a better experience for the renters and such until they buy their own home, then I will just simply, you know, be a very cheap investor. Dunk. Alrighty. I see a dragon. We're gonna go and try and ride this dragon. Because I'm fairly sure this is the ice dragon variant. So hang on a second. So ding 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 ding. Not by most used, by type. There we go. Now the ice one is called Nadra. Now shards of Nadra. So I've already got the spikes. And I've already got her scales. So I need her claws and her fangs next. So, alright, let's push forward. Oh boy, that's not it. That's not it. Where's my bike? There's my bike. That is not what I intended it to do. Alrighty, alright, let's get a rocket out. There we go. Alright, any cool things in her? Oh, wait, hang on. No. Oh. There she is, there's that. There's that. Alrighty, so I've already got her horn. I've already got these spikes. So I need to try and get her horn and her fang. Yunk. Yeah, oop. Is that her fang? Nope, that's just another scale. Okay, can I shoot her more than once is the question. Nope, I can't. That is a shame. I really hoped I could. Well, I can at least get the spikes. Have I taken a picture of this one yet? Hang on. So there's the Light Dragon, there's the Sea's Contract, there's the Sludge. Drindle, Nadra, Fair. Okay, yes, I have taken pictures. Nice. Where is she going? Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Oh. So she's not that far from the village if I wanted to, you know, wait for her to come back round and shit. Nice. Oop. What a pleasant evening. Compendium takes you fancy. Can I buy a picture? I would like to buy one picture in the other category because I do not know why, but I don't have that. Giving me... I'm sorry, a well? A well is a is a picture I can take? God fucking damn it. Well, that was a waste. That was a is everything you could need for a man until no, I'm okay. Alright. How is... Maybe if I had never-ending money. What would... Dobe, what would you do with never-ending money if you... Actually, chat. All of chat. What would you do with never-end... If money wasn't an issue, but you couldn't tell people. This is so then that way with your infinite money, you're not, you know, accidentally turning the entire economy into a recession and then finally into, you know, hyperinflation. What would you do with your infinite money? So much? Like what? Would you be trying out all the foods? Would you be going like around the world trying out all kinds of different meals? I'd probably go and search for like the best pizza. I would actually honestly do that. I would like explore and be like, all right, what is the best pizza money can buy? Like going into like, you know, small mom and pop shops, going into franchises. Did someone say hyperinflation? Aw, damn it didn't do the button tis. That's upsetting. Alrighty, cheese! Oh, but the cheese is kind of expensive. I'll buy the butter, at least. Give me all that goat's butter. Dun.
Oh.
Dun. Okay, there's one village I have not gone to in a while. It's over here. Terrytown. We're gonna go check out Terrytown. You need to be careful that the spacebar doesn't get pressed. Alrighty. Ooh. Alright, he's gonna loop back around here. Yahaha! Establish consistent medical and dental appointment with the best people, then buy a house to live in. Oh, just like throw money everywhere of like, right, give me your best teeth. Tell me what's wrong with my feet. Tell me what's wrong with my hands. Why are my bones so sore? Give me a physiotherapist. And then finally a good home. This is actually a really good spot. Meow. Real estate, suit, and art? Ah, like a fursuit or, you know, a cool business suit? Actually, I have a challenge for people. For those of you who know, let me see if I can do a prediction poll. Actually, would it work? You know what? Let's start a prediction. I want to know how many people are aware of what my next... Alright, here we go. You've got 1 minute to suss out and decide what is my next suit. Okay? You got to figure out whether my next suit is going to be a fursuit or a formal suit. I want to know how many people are actually aware of, like, you know, where I am in terms of my finances, my attire. What's my next purchase? Is it a formal suit or a fursuit? My room is tiny with my queen-size bed and stuff. Formal. Let's see. Oops. Actually, would this work if I put it here? Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, I'm already so close. Alrighty. Meow. Interesting place. Oh, a well. I guessed formal suit, but I hope it's a fursuit. Alrighty then. We got... Okay, so we only had one person come into the votes, it seems. Alrighty, let me have a... Dink. So... Big Dobe, you voted on formal suit. No one voted on fursuit. When I went to Furdo this year, I was able to take part in the fursuit walk, and the reason why I took part into it is because I already had a fursuit. I personally have a partial. I don't go for the full fursuit thing. I don't think it would look well on what my current body type is with the kind of zebra that I want to be. If I was to do a full suit, I'd probably go with an entirely different sort of character, but I don't really want to do that sort of confusion. So... You are correct in saying that my next suit would be a formal suit. Congratulations, Big Dobe. Hendrix knew I had a partial. You could have gone into this prediction with, you know, prior knowledge. You gotta hedge your bets where you can. Alrighty then, so. You know what? That's gonna take a little bit of time. Why don't I just get some wheels? Alrighty, here is the first wheel. Alright, wheel 1, done. Never saw the predict pop up for me. I did set it to a relatively short time of 1 minute. I didn't want people, you know, being able to have enough time to like, oh wait, maybe he's shown something on his Twitter for them to like, you know, make their bets and what have you. But yeah, sorry about that, Hendrix. Look at this. It seems like there might be things inside it. I wonder if we can get them out. This thing fell from the sky at the time of the upheaval. But what is it? And where did it come from? Oh, if only you had a thingy-majiggy that, you know, using these boys. You're gonna head off. Have a good night. Not to worry, Nick. Thank you for coming along for the afternoon stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back on tomorrow in my normal evening time. So, and that one is going to be an MMO night. I have not yet decided on which MMO. I'm probably going to make it a voting thing on whether it's going to be more Final Fantasy XIV or if we're going to go into more Destiny 2. I know Code likes Destiny 2 as well and might be able to join in with me on that. But yeah. I think yes. I actually think this thing was probably yep. Cool. Thank you for that. Dun 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 dun. All right, let me see what happens when I hold the A. Nope, nothing happens. All right. Alrighty, there we go. Alright, we're looking for another big wheel to use. Oh, there's a big wheel.
Did you see it?
What did I miss? I didn't see what you saw. Small wheel next. Cookie for Sky! I play Destiny with you, but I'm on call tomorrow? Nah, it's okay. I don't think I'm on call for a little while, which is nice, so... But yeah, I still do streaming and shit when I'm on call, funnily enough, but, you know, because I play risky. I risk it for that biscuit. Fun little three-wheeler there. There we go. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have put it on the rear. Nope, never mind. It didn't like that at all. Alright, let me just get another wheel then. Oh, that's a fan, that's not a steering stick. You have DC2, but you can only play PvP game modes or some PvE. You don't have any of the DLC.
1221 has added quote number 403. I should have put it on the rear.
Thank you, Furry Cures, for the quote. Alrighty. Ding ding. Dong dong. Dong dong dong. Dong dong. There we go. And then... Alright, that way it gives me my big wheels to help, like, you know, do some turns when needed. And then I'm gonna put you here on the front. And let's get a steering wheel out. I've got plenty of them, so it's not gonna be too big of an issue. See? This was a smart idea. Now I'm able to, like, you know, get to where I need to go. I don't have guarantees that this will work underwater. Grass and sand. Do they really not just have a boat option? I've just gone through so many of these things, and they just never thought to do a boat. Like, that's kind of crazy. They never thought to just give me a boat. Weird. There we go. The fan will get me across. Dun 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 dun. We're just so close to the fucking shrine, aren't we? Uh-oh. I forgot the plane doesn't like being used for long periods of time. Come on. Come on, we're nearly there. Oh, damn it. And there we go. Did it. Turns into a big egg. All right, moving forward. Oh, this is our opportunity to what is Kusaki doing? What is Kusaki doing? High viewer retention stream. All right, we're gonna raid into Kusaki, and then I'm gonna start stream again. All right, you ready for this? All right, here we go. He's all right, and we're just gonna go. We're gonna go Pog. All right, this is going to be our raid message. Pog, ADHD stream. All right, hopefully you'll join in with me for this one. We'll be back here. Actually, I should probably mute him back on my side. I'll be back here in like less than 2 minutes, okay? We're going to raid into him. I'm going to stop my stream. I'm going to start it back up again. All right? It's going to be hilarious. All right. See you in like 30 seconds to a minute.